Alright, stream should be live. I still need time to do the Discord announcement, pull up chat, yada 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 yada. So feel free to skip ahead 2 minutes or so if you're watching the VOD. And we'll get started in just a bit. Alright, let's see. Stream announcements, live with Yuri. Okay, so that's done. What's going on, Ryu? How you doing, bud? Let's see, I'm still setting some stuff up. I need sleep? Hello, I need sleep. Are you a new viewer, or are you my friend Click with a new name? Because it seems very much like something Click would have as a username. Possibly Azure as well, based on what she's been saying in the Discord, but a lot of my friends would definitely use that username. I'm still setting up some, like, tags and game categories and stuff. Again, I don't know how effective any of that is compared to how effective it would be on Twitch, but, you know, why not, right? Why not set up some tags and game categories just in case it helps pull in a few more viewers and we can make a few more friends. Alright, I think everything is set up now. How was your week? I need sleep. Floof wants snuggles? Dang. All the snuggles for Floof boy. XYZ saying what at the F in the Discord. Alright. I forgot that we left off with some like lolly scenes going on here. The raise, it's a alt, it's me. It's me who? It's me Click? Or it's me Azure? Is that for me? Alright, slide it on the floor, I guess. Or that, yeah, sure. The rays of the sun filtered in through the marmalade-colored western window of the kindergarten, elongating the shadows of the three of us inside. I held a picture book in my hands that masqueraded as a doctor's notebook. Takako is pressing her stethoscope against the belly of a doll. Does a stethoscope have a right and a wrong side? She asked me. Click? I knew it was Click. How you doing, Click? I'm just laying in the corner, slowly bleeding as I got shot. Oh. That's quite the background story, Floof. Floof got a lot of Call of Duty going on. You're holding it correctly. I see. She took the stethoscope off and put it on the table. There was a whole lineup of toy medical tools on it, all to be used as part of the game. Takako looked over them for a second, and after a brief moment of hesitation, what is this? She picked up a spatula generally used to hold down the tongue. Ah, the nurse is looking. I turned around and saw the nurse looking our way. She picked up a plush bunny we left on the floor earlier and put it back into its box. I couldn't make her face out in the backlight. Was she looking at us? Yes. You seem to be very untrustworthy, Doctor. I fear for your future patients if you ever actually become one. Ugh. I think Narasaki's better at it than you, Takako. Okay, we can switch if you want. Narasaki stood up. She picked up the stethoscope, put it around her neck, and sat down in the chair. I took a random profile picture and a random fact. That is an extremely random profile picture. What was your, like, search criteria for even selecting among random pictures? So, where does it hurt? I ate a poisoned apple. Just like in the story we read today. In that case, please show me your stomach. Okay. Takako pulled up her shirt, exposing her naked belly. Alright, now turn around. Takako did as ordered, pantomiming a spinning chair. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with your lungs. Okay, let's have a look at your throat now. Takako spun her invisible chair again and opened her mouth. Open wide. Yeah, just like that. Arasaki used the spatula to push Takako's tongue out of the way. You're good at opening your mouth. I can see all the way to your tonsils. The noose toward the same thing? I have no idea what you're saying, though. What's going on, Azure? I was at a zoo some years ago, and I like it. Wait, why are there 2 clicks? Are both clicks subbed? The letters blurred and started dancing on the page. I closed the book and rubbed my eyes with one hand. I glanced at the clock resting on the edge of the long table. What are you reading? Kozue, sitting on the other end of the table, addressed me. It's a book about psychological illnesses. Oh, I hope you get better? I'm not the one afflicted. Kozue exhaled an aloof breath. She looked toward my direction, her eyes narrowed. Perception and Behavioral Psychology? She read out the title of the book I was holding. It's the book I was looking for. Lily said this used to be a sanatorium when you two were talking, so I figured I'd try my luck. Are you a doctor? That's right. Kind of doctor. Right now a psychologist, but I've got training in a variety of fields. I see. Despite saying that, Kozue looked at me with incredulous eyes. I didn't flinch, and soon enough, her gaze mellowed out. I've never known a doctor before. Really? Kozue began tilting her head to the side, but stopped the moment she caught herself doing it. The school has a counselor, though. You can become a counselor without a doctor's license as long as you have the relevant education. Is that person a friend of yours? No. He came to my house this one time when I was skipping classes a lot. Apart from that, I only saw him in the ethics class. Of course, I'm subbed at both accounts, back on my main. How friendo doing? Hi, Foof. I'm doing well. What about you? So let me ask you guys something. Do I read very monotone? I heard that I need more emotion when I read. I don't know, man. I feel like I got emotion, but I don't know if I convey it. I think it's my voice, dude. When I feel tired, it's not like I enjoy slacking off for long periods of time. I was just really tired then. Did you go to school afterwards? Yes. I got even more tired once my parents started fussing over it. How do you relax on the days when you're tired? I sleep until there's no one else in the house, which is usually around 9 o'clock. After that, I read books. No one comes back until late at night, so I sometimes go outside during the afternoon. And that helps with your exhaustion? I pried a bit further. Kozue furrowed her brows as though trying to remember what she told me. I suppose tired was not the right word. Going to the same place every day bores me to death. I want a change of scenery from time to time. Like choosing a less traveled route to school? Or boarding a train and letting it take you across town and back until sundown? Stuff like that. You get what I'm trying to say? I used to be a student as well, and even now I'm forced to do more or less the same thing every day. Don't you ever get tired of it? I do, everyone does. Kozue placed her elbows on the desk and rested her chin on her hands. Can't I just become like those cats that always sleep on the fence? Maybe even the cat wondered why we spent all our time working with barely any rest. Anyway, people are different from napping felines. We can't just do whatever we want. Sure, we're not cats, but still, why can't we live the way we want? Bro, that is an important question that I have wondered as of late. Stream is laggy. Stream should not be laggy. I don't have any dropped frames, apparently. Click, are you also laggy? And is Floof also getting lag? It might be. I don't know if it's just an Azure thing, but it shouldn't be a problem on my end. I'm even looking at my stream myself, and it doesn't look like there's a problem. So I don't know. Is anybody else getting lag, or is it just Azure? People have their positions in society. We are social animals and have our roles to fulfill in our communities. My legs started hurting in my current position, so I recrossed them under the table. And the community returns the favor. Schools provide you with education, while families provide you with your livelihood. Until that role is taken over by your workplace, of course. And it is all structured in a way to make that function as effective as possible, which forces people to do the same thing, the thing they're the best at, over and over again. Will it get better once I grow up? What do you mean exactly? I'm asking if life will become any less boring. I couldn't help but smile at Kozue's childish question. She seemed to consider an easy and unchanging life boring. At the same time, though, it could be considered the embodiment of peace, something that many people held in high regard. I agree with that. I agree with that to some extent. I like how somebody's like freaking mowing the lawn always when I stream, out of all the times to mow the lawn. No, I'm not. At least don't know about Floof. Why would it? Well, compared to school, there are all sorts of jobs in the world, and you are free to choose whichever you like. I don't even think we have grass to mow. Why is there mowing? I see, you're right, that the world is rife with various different occupations to choose from. At school, you only have the student council, while adult society has countless companies, divisions, positions, industries, occupations, and all sorts of other things that divide and sequester the whole. Kozue listened to me with somewhat dim eyes. I don't think life is boring. I think the problem with life is you need to have a lot of money for it to not be boring. Because a lot of fun things like going to a baseball game costs money, or going to the batting cages costs money, or going out to eat costs money. It's just like a lot of buying a video game to have fun with costs money. Buying a Crunchyroll subscription to watch a bunch of anime costs money. It's just like everything costs money. So if you don't have money, you have limited options, and then it's more easy to get bored. Me and Emma have been having a conversation together about someone since the morning. Why are you guys talking about XYZ all morning? I'm still broke? Yeah, see, that's the problem. I'm pretty broke myself, but I do my best. They stole 2 kroners. That was a week ago, Click. That was a week ago, bro. I am happy to say that nobody stole my kroners this week. Nobody stole my kroners this week. In fact, I was generous enough to give someone a 20 kroner tip after buying some food yesterday. That's right, a full 20 kroners. That was all I had. No. No, Click. Click. It's okay. Everything will be okay. They'll get what's coming to them. XYZ this, XYZ that. Everything's about XYZ for you, bro. I don't know who else you could be talking about. There's no point talking about crayons, because Emma don't even know crayons, bro. However, this level of extreme specialization severely narrows the scope of your job compared to what you're used to at school, which is why people tend to be likened to cogs in a machine. Why does it have to be so specialized? I don't know. Maybe because everyone is competing in the same field. As our goals keep getting bigger and bigger and our population increases, everyone has to be an expert at their respective roles. A cog, said Kozue, her expression clouding over. If you look at the big picture, we're like an awesome giant robot, I said. How does everyone let off steam in a world like that? Well, that depends on the person. It's something you'll gradually get to learn at home, at school, or even during your club activities. Is that how it works? Most of the time, at least. Kozue let out a small sigh. I suddenly don't feel like going to school tomorrow. I couldn't help making a sour expression myself. Still, maybe I'll pay a bit more attention from now on. I'm glad to hear that. With that subject covered, Kozue shifted her gaze back to her book. I returned to my book as well. It contained several records about past treatments, which made me hope I could find one that resembled Sachiko's situation. So you guys want to hear a quick story? I mean, actually, no, I'll save a story for later. I'd rather tell you guys a story when there's no background noise. Psst, this is just bad, bro. How do you work exactly? Kozue addressed me around the same time I finished making a note of every case worth looking into. Me? Taken by light surprise, I reacted with a foolish question. There was no one else in the room, so Kozue just continued staring at me, saying nothing. I made an embarrassed smile. I'm not sure how you imagine it, but psychologists aren't like other doctors. We don't mess with your body too much. At best, we recommend some medicine. What kind of patients come to you? Most of the people who visit my place are either old men that use dementia as an excuse to talk about their grandchildren, or housewives who come to complain about their husbands and daily chores. So basically, people with like people with small problems. People who want company, basically. Sounds like a pain, but even I could hear them out. Doesn't take a genius to listen. What do you do when they finish talking then? Well, first I have to listen carefully and find the exact cause of what's weighing on their mind. Then I think about how to help them overcome it. Sounds simple enough. Well, it might not be as easy as you think. You can't see inside a person's mind after all. How is it not easy? It's different from simply opening someone's mouth and inspecting the condition of their tonsils, or listening for abnormalities in the beating of their heart. Everyone's mind is unique and different from mine, so you can neither quantify anything nor tell good from bad with exact precision. Then what do you do? I'm having a hard time putting it into words. However, Kozue fell completely silent, obviously waiting for an answer. I took a breath and considered how I could convey at least the gist of it to her. It might be easier to understand if you imagine the mind as a large swath of water. Its surface could be ravaged by storms while the deeper parts remain undisturbed. However, there are times when the sea appears calm enough from the beach, but when you step into the water, you end up getting swept away by the underwater currents. People's emotions work in a similar way. To find out what's really going on, you have to delve deep. Just looking at the surface, or even the mid-depth, won't yield a definite answer. You have to reach the bottom. So you dive as deep as you can and shine light on the darkness you find there, and it's only then that you start seeing the genuine thoughts of that person. They are all like deep sea fish, living in the depths no one knows about. They evolve in their own unique and unconstrained way, and sometimes when you shine the light on them, you realize they are somehow distorted or missing something. Your job is to convey that to the person and help them fix it. I ate ice cream. What flavor? Oh, rainbow sherbet. That sounds pretty good. I only have that like maybe once a year, if that. I'm pretty sure it has a lot of like artificial flavoring and coloring. Not the healthiest thing, but definitely tasty once in a while. Hello, that's nice. What flavor? What's going on, Mister? How you doing today, bud? Isn't that the flavor you would find at a buffet or something? Oh, I'm not sure. I've only been to like Chinese food buffets, and they usually just have chocolate or vanilla. And sherbet's like a whole like pink, orange, yellow mixture of a hard to explain flavor, I guess. I was buying things with friends some days ago, and they forgot money, so I gave them some, and they were going to pay me back yesterday. They didn't. How many kroners did you give them, Click? How many kroners do they owe you? I'm not sure. I'm alright, thank you. After a few moments of silence, Kozue made a small nod. I'm not sure I understood it. Can't exactly blame you. Guess it's not that easy after all. Yep. Hey, have you ever ridden a train until sundown? Not yet. And are you sure you're still sane? I have other ways to relax. You'll recall how I said that each person is unique. I get enough changes of pace as it is. I wish I could be like that too. Yeah, that's what I need. I think some changes of pace. Which is impossible. Almost impossible. Okay, I shouldn't say impossible. It's difficult to do when you work 10.5 hours every day. It's hard to get like a change of pace in. Like 20p? What's 20p? Like 200? Oh, okay, that makes sense. So 200 kroners. Okay. Okay, hold up. That's like 20 bucks. Damn. I believe that's like 20 bucks. What was it for? So they could buy food? Dad, Giyu? Bro. I'm not a Oto-san. As the hour grew closer to lunchtime, Kozue began stuffing her notebooks into her backpack. Going home? She slung the full backpack over her shoulder. My leg is gonna fall asleep if I don't change positions and shake my leg. I gotta do the stanky leg. Oh, shit. I see. In that case, can I have one last question? Kozui passed by my chair, but turned around as I addressed her. What? I'm looking for a picture book with birds. Do you know where they keep them? No. And with that, Kozui tried out of the library. I even said they could pay me back a bit less. I mean, do you still think they might pay you at a later time? Did they just forget? Did you remind them? Like, what's the full story here? Did they ask for more time? Like, yeah, food, soda, and chips because they good? Because they good. It sounds good. What food did they buy? The library was dead silent without Kozui and Lily. The short heels on my red shoes clicked against the floor, their sound reverberating across the walls and the high ceiling. For fun, I tried making them click at calculated intervals, producing a sound akin to the ticking of a clock. On a second floor shelf near the window, I finally found a wild bird encyclopedia. I picked it up, brushed off the dust, and flipped through a few pages. I saw something blue and returned to that page. There was a picture of the blue bird I saw yesterday on the windowsill. You run a raffle. Yeah, I saw you said that you won a raffle and you were too embarrassed to claim your prize. What was the prize? I would have made them pay me back more, to be honest. That's true. A lot of people would charge interest. They'd be like, alright, I'll give you your 200 kroners today. But next time you have to give me, like, 220 kroners. Because of the 20 kroner interest. I left the library sometime afternoon. As I passed the row of olive trees and reached the inner yard, I heard voices from the rough direction of the camphor tree. I followed the sound to see Nanai talking to a girl I didn't know. The girl sat on a plastic sheet surrounded by a bunch of toys. As she nodded, Nanai patted her on the head, which made her close her eyes in response. I'll be back with some snacks. And with that, Nanai disappeared into the mansion through a side entrance. Left alone, the girl resumed playing with her toys. With her short hair fastened into a side tail, she reminded me of Takako in her childhood. I moved to her side so as not to startle her. The girl was trying to give her doll some milk. However, unable to properly press the tip of the bottle into the doll's mouth, she kept brushing it against its face. I don't know, I never saw the prizes. You're mad dumb then. What if it would have been like a gift card? What if it would have been cash? You should have claimed your prize, bro. Could have been something good. Mostly chips or candy, and they said today, tomorrow, or Monday, unless I'm tired. No, I'm kind unless I'm tired. Damn. I looked at her profile. Big eyes, angled, energetic eyebrows. She shared some features with Takako, but she definitely wasn't her. Hello. I addressed her as I reached the camphor tree. The girl turned toward me. However, her eyes were fixed not on me, but the doll I was holding. Wait, what? I made the doll's hand move as though it was knocking on the door. Who is it? I'm Hibiki. I work nearby as a doctor. What about you? I'm Miya. She is Lily. She showed me the baby doll she was holding. I like how this girl is not Takako, or it is Takako? She's holding a doll that looks like Sachiko. This is kind of weird. You two came here alone? She shook her head. Came here with my brother, but he went off to the mountains, leaving me to take care of everything. I see. Must be tough on you. It is. The girl was staring at the doll in my hands. I made it walk and bow in front of her. It's dirty. I made an embarrassed smile. It had obvious tear marks, and its color had mostly faded. Bro, free girls chat in U City without proper grammar? Sounds like a good deal. Alright guys, I'm clicking yes. I'm clicking yes. Fuck yeah, give me those girls chat in U City. Hell yeah, brother. Bro, why do you keep getting these? Bro, I don't know. Well, it's a pretty old doll after all. It might not look like much now, but this is actually our clinic's mascot. It's because I have too much clout. I think they go by things he searched on Google. Stop. My Google history is clean. Bro, I don't search anything on Google, okay? I go on Amazon, I go on eBay, I go on YouTube. I use perfectly wholesome websites. I hope you get kidnapped, GU. Damn. So you never want to hear from me again. Alright, Azure. Guess this is goodbye. Who would I watch then? Exactly, but Azure doesn't want to watch my streams anymore. Maybe we should just ban her. Should ban her for all this hate. As I did that, the liquid inside the bottle decreased. Thank you. This time the girl looked at me. You're welcome. Miss Doctor, would you accept an invitation for dinner as a token of our gratitude? Oh, dang. This reminds me of, like, a story from when I was... I actually don't know how old I was. I was probably 5. Let's just say 5. My parents remind me of this story all the time. So apparently we were on vacation, and the vacation location where we were staying had like an outdoor swimming pool, and it had like an outdoor little playground with like a sandbox and some swings and slides and stuff. And it had like several like cottages, like cabins. It was kind of like a camping spot. So anyway, I was like 5, and you know there were other families there with their kids, and I was playing with some little girl that was around my age, I guess, maybe a year younger or so. And apparently she ran up to my family's cottage one evening after a day of us playing, and she asked my parents, she rings the doorbell, because like cottages had doorbells, I guess, or knocked on the door or whatever, and she asked my parents, she goes, "Can Nico come over and have dinner with my family, please?" Like some shit like that. And then my family was just bewildered because there was some little girl at their door asking if I could have dinner with their family. They're like, damn, bro. He's like fucking only 5 and he's already getting it. And I'm like, bro. Of course. Why not? Because you clean every day your search history? Bro, I don't need to clean my search history, bro. Click, why do you not have any trust in me? Any faith? You would be begging to have an Azure in your life, GU, don't lie. Begging's a strong word. Begging's a very strong word. Listen, Click. I'm the type of person that gives someone a 20 kroner tip. Like, do you really think I would have a dirty search history? Think about it. I'm basically a god. I'm basically a god. Miss Doctor, would you accept it? Okay, I read that line and then I went into a whole segue. I like that idea. The girl began preparing dinner, placed toy plates and food on a board. It looks delicious. I see you prepared a melon pie and some vegetable soup. But what's this? Potato salad. Creak. The door of the side entrance opened. Oh, and I closed the door behind her with one leg. She was carrying a tray full of madeleines and had an extra madeleine in her mouth. Good evening. I greeted her with my doll. And I came closer to us and saw the food the girl had prepared. Oh, that smells nice. You want some tuna, Nye? Of course. I even brought dessert. Let's all have some later. Okay, true, but we don't give tips. They actually get paid enough. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard some countries don't give tips. But, like, I don't know, because I feel like even where I live, it kind of depends. Like, some places, they ask for a tip. Like, they'll put it on your receipt. And then other places, like, don't ask for a tip. They'll just have a tip jar at the counter in case you want a tip. But I kind of feel like if I sat down, right, at a restaurant, and they, you know, they're checking in on me, seeing how I like the meal, and obviously they're cleaning up after me. They take the dirty plates and everything. Kind of feel somewhat obligated to leave at least, at the very least, a minimum like 20 kroner tip. And then depending on how much money I spent or how fancy the place is, then maybe up to like a 50 kroner tip. Like anywhere from 20 to 50 kroner range. Might feel obligated to leave. GU, can I recommend you another song? Bro, so far none of your songs have been a winner. Did you listen to the song that I sent? How about that question? Eventually, Miya's brother returns to come pick her up. You sure you got all your toys with you? I want to see what the brother looks like. Miya spent a few moments rummaging through her bag, then stuck her hands in her pockets and checked something in there as well. Yes. No, basically entire Europe, I think, like big countries might have. Ouch. Oh, this is the brother? What's up with running off and leaving your little sister all on her own? The brother, he got a star on his shirt, bro? Like, what up with that? Further away, it seemed like the knife's iron fist of punishment had just landed on the boy's head. He staggered backwards, clutching his head with one hand. Oh man, now that she busted his head, he's gonna need to become a patient in Arasaki's clinic. He's gonna develop some sort of disorder. I did listen to it. It was a 7 out of 10, I guess. I don't even remember what song I sent you. Let me look. Oh, I sent you the your boy Kong Ming opening. That's pretty random. Yeah, that song is like it was really hype when the anime came out. Everyone was really hyped for that opening song. 7 out of 10 seems kind of weak. I would give it at the very least, an 8 out of 10. I think you're underselling it. I felt someone tug on my sleeve. Glancing down, I saw Miya looking at me. I leaned down and patted her on the head. Goodbye, let's play again some other time. Be careful on your way back, okay? Miya smiled and ran off to her brother and Nanai. Things ended well this time around, but what do you think would have happened if she tried following you and got lost in the mountains? Someone has to look after her. Use your head. You're her brother. I thought you'd look after her if I left her here. Miya's brother kept making excuses in a small voice while still clutching his head. Move your hand. I'm gonna give you another one. Damn, just like DJ Khaled. Another one. Nanai. Miya tugged on Nanai's sleeve with a worried expression. Nanai let out a sigh and lowered her fist. Well, whatever. Make sure to be home by the time it gets dark. I'm sorry. The boy lowered his head, took Miya's hand in her bag, and walked off. I told everything that happened to your parents, so you better be ready when you get home. The boy startled for a moment, but then continued walking. As I watched the siblings walk off in the afternoon glow, Nanai turned to me and made an embarrassed smile. I ended up causing you trouble. No, it's been a while since I could return to my inner child. It was fun. Really? I'm glad to hear that. Contrary to her words, her expression still remained somewhat sour. You sure you didn't go overboard with the boy? Don't worry. I know all the kids and their parents around here. I can't let them misbehave in front of my eyes. What if he starts hating you for beating him and such? I'm sure he'll understand, and if he starts hating me, I'll do my best to make him change his mind. Oh my god. Any good anime that don't require Crunchyroll or VPN, I have access to some. Are you asking for a recommendation? I feel like literally any anime you could find without Crunchyroll. Depending on what site you use, it's just that Crunchyroll is, you know, obviously a safe, legal site. Honestly, do you not have the Crunchyroll that gives ads? Like, I don't know if you're very averse to ads, but technically Crunchyroll is free if you use the ad version. I mean, there's a lot of anime I can recommend, and I don't know what you've already seen. I also don't know what genres you're into. So maybe we should start with that. What are some of your favorite anime genres? And what are some titles that you've seen within those genres already? That way I could try to give a more personalized recommendation instead of a random one. You don't want to upset them, but you can't let them do as they please either. That's the hard part about being an adult. And I shook her head. I found a round resting room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. It had a small table and 2 chairs. There was also a shelf with a collection of old books. The curving wall facing the inner yard was covered in windows. The camphor tree stood right in front of the windows, its branches partially blocking the light. I sat down on one of the chairs and gazed outside. I thought about what I should do next. The sun rays filtering through the leaves gave the chairs and the table in the room a pleasant warmth. It felt somewhat drowsy looking at all that greenery swaying in the wind. No, I'm broke, maybe. The F does genre mean? Genre, yeah, G-E-N-R-E. So basically, what types of anime do you like? Shonen, comedy, romance, those are genres. Yeah, those would be whatever. Shoujo, horror, sports, slice of life. Those are all genres. It's basically a topic. I don't listen to English class? Okay, thanks. I like while I play Yakuza Kiwami 2, even though the vid won't load. Bro. Mad sus XYZ. The bell signaled the end of lunchtime. Some of the boys dashed out of the classrooms and secured themselves a place to play on the athletics field. The sound of shuffling footsteps and various voices filled the area around me. Managing to finish my pack of milk before the bell stopped ringing, I tore off the part holding it together and folded it into a neat rectangle. Shonen's your favorite? Okay, have you already seen Hunter x Hunter? Same, it's not loading for me. Did it load for Mr. and click? Again, I don't have any dropped frames. Apparently, so... I don't know, man. Once I was finished, I put it into the green case next to the podium. The cases for other tableware seem to have already been cleaned up. Started on it? Alright, so I recommend just continuing on Hunter x Hunter for now, because the further you go, the more hype it gets. The stream? Yeah, the stream should be loaded. Right now, you should see a classroom in the background. I don't know why Azure and XYZ... XYZ's been having problems for weeks now. I think it might be his device. I can't hear GU or see him. I don't know, man. I think Azure and XYZ might be okay, I see you now. That's sus. Alright, whatever. It's a good anime. I want to say One Piece, but I'm not, like, I don't watch the One Piece anime myself. I recommend the manga for One Piece if you don't mind reading manga. And I could send you a website for reading the manga. Technically, I don't even need to send you the website for reading the manga. You could just click on my manga channel in the Discord. And it's that last message that was sent by Saru. You could use that link. That's what I've been using. It's been working perfectly fine. That's what I'm saying. It's not me, bro. It's them. It's not you, it's me. It's not me, it's you. I picked up the green case and left the classroom, intending to carry it to the storage room. Clang. I lowered the case, placing it next to a whole bunch of similarly green cases from other classes. As I left the dark storage room and glanced out the window, I spotted several students already playing ball in the athletics field. The normally popular basketball court seemed to have been taken over by an older class. I turned away and continued to the backyard. The backyard between the fourth wing and a big concrete wall was about as poorly lit as a storage room, but at least it allowed me to distance myself from the noise of the other students. However, as I turned the corner beyond the fourth wing, I saw someone. The silhouette was crouching over a patch of grass, apparently watering it. What are you doing? Ah, Sachi. Takako turned around, her twin tails dancing in the wind. I sat down next to her, in my usual spot on the emergency stairs. My internet is literally good, it's UGU. Bro, it can't be, it can't be me. I'm gonna type this just in case you can't hear me. No drop frames, plus, click and Mr. are good. My internet is shit, I can see with no lag. Damn. That says something. I'm reading Demon Slayer and The Promised Neverland. I heard that the ending of Demon Slayer is disappointing. I'd never continued on with the manga because honestly the anime itself was pretty mid to me. So, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know if Demon Slayer would be among my recommended. If I were you, I would switch up I would read One Piece manga, watch Hunter x Hunter anime. Also, Bleach. If you haven't watched Bleach already and you don't want to watch the entire thing, that's fine. But I recommend at least watching. I mean, no, that's kind of fucked to say. I think it's more hype if you watch from the beginning to some extent. But like the new season of Bleach, the 1,000-Year Blood War, is fucking insane. That's like a must watch. You probably might want to watch the prior content though. Like at least the first like 2 seasons. Like you definitely want to at least see the Soul Society arc. And then if you want to skip the Arrancar arc and everything, that's probably fine, because I didn't even finish the Arrancar arc. But you gotta at least watch the Soul Society arc, which is probably like the first 60 to 80 episodes, and then definitely watch the 1,000-Year Blood War. So yeah, so definitely I would recommend Bleach as well if you haven't gotten into that. I use a wired connection, so I'm alright. Yeah, that's what you guys gotta do, man. Use Ethernet. I use Ethernet to stream. No, that's Azure, not UGU. That's what I keep saying. Yes, but can't stop now. I like it now, so we'll switch. If it's bad and One Piece too long, maybe Bleach. Nah, man. Trust me, Click. It doesn't matter that One Piece is long. Because, like, if you're reading the manga, you could catch up. Because with the manga, you have no filler. You have no dragged out scenes. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Well, there's like 1,000. Let me check. Let me see. There's like 1,000, a little bit over 1,000 chapters to the manga. It said 1,069 chapters right now. And I could read like 100 chapters a day easy if it's like a weekend. So you could catch up, man. Just do it, Click. Do it. Just read One Piece, bro. Trust me. Trust me, Click. You'll be motivated. You know how you said you were lacking motivation with a lot of things? One Piece will motivate you. I'm gonna die before I'm done reading. You'll make it, Click. I believe in you. I came to water your birthday present. Is that so? It's always damp here, so I don't think it needs much watering. You're never in your classroom during lunch. Do you always come here? Yes. I opened my paperback and took out the bookmark. Streamlabs is here. What a miracle. Sakuko sat down next to me and spent a few moments staring at the page I was reading, but soon got tired of it and turned away. She then picked up a sketchbook that was lying on the stairs and began drawing something with a brown pencil. Scritch, scritch, scratch. The scribbling of the pencil was the only sound in the backyard for a while. What are you drawing? Your present. You told me I couldn't pluck it, so I figured I'd draw it. I see. Okay, if it's that good, bro, it is the #1 manga. I was so into One Piece that there was a point, like, roughly 8 years ago, maybe, I was buying, like, physical copies to read. So I have, like, the first, I think, like, 60, maybe 70 volumes in, like, physical copies. Like, basically up to the New World. More, a little bit, maybe into the New World. And then, you know, I've kind of ran out of shelf space, so I had to just keep reading digitally. Plus, you know, it's an investment to keep buying physical copies. But I have, like, the first, like, 60 or so volumes. It's just that good, man. No Miku sweater? Damn. Sorry I failed you. Sorry I broke tradition. You know, our classical Japanese teacher is terrible. I keep raising my hand, but he never asks me anything. Earlier today, I tried raising my hand to answer a question that no one in class had any clue about, and he still ignored me? Why do you think that is? Maybe he hates you because you keep sleeping in class, and your voice is always too loud. I can't help my voice, but I guess I was right. Damn, and then the math teacher only ever asks me something when I don't know the answer. Besides, you're terrible at classical Japanese. He probably doesn't even... Wait, oh my god, I'm reading this wrong, huh? He probably doesn't let you speak because he doesn't want you to embarrass yourself. Damn, bro. Takuko cute but dumb. Girl, I'll get great marks on the next test and show him. Good luck. Sachi, can you teach me after school? I can, but what about your club? The boys' basketball and volleyball teams are using the gym today, so I don't have practice. I'll do some running tonight, but that's about it. I see. I turn the page. The sound of fervent scribbling resumed. I'm done. She placed the pencil on the stairs and held out her sketchbook in front of me. A four-leaf clover extended across the entire page, each of its leaves appearing a bit different. Some of the leaves are drawn with wavy lines, while others look jagged. Boruto ruined Naruto because when Naruto is over, you have to watch that ish. Nobody said you have to watch it. I never made an attempt to watch Boruto. People said it was bad, and I was like, okay, didn't watch it. My guy is gonna die again because freaking Azure put a curse on him. Let me close him out and bring him back. I learned just now that Dragon Ball FighterZ is basically impossible to be good at without a controller. I was thinking about buying Dragon Ball Kakarot, the RPG one. Would you guys be interested in watching me stream the Dragon Ball Kakarot game one day? Should I buy that? Damn, I sleep in half of my classes too. Sleeping classes just hits different. God damn. I can't believe you guys are saying that to a teacher. You guys would sleep in my class. This is awful. I'm gonna have to talk to all of your parents. Gonna have to give a call home. Yes, you do if you're a true fan. You need to know what happens. I'm not really a true fan. I don't know. When I was like in middle school, I was like a die-hard Naruto fan at the time. And I feel like that's when Naruto is best, when you're like middle school or younger. But then as you get older, I mean, for me personally at least, I feel like as I got older, I got more into like other shonen like Hunter x Hunter and One Piece. I don't know. The Naruto vibes don't hit the same way for me. I was sleeping in your class, GU. Alright guys, time to ban. The gameplay in that game is fairly repetitive, so I don't know. Oh, really? Okay. So you don't think it would be fun to watch because it's repetitive? I know one of my viewers that you probably met very briefly. He kind of pops in and out. Jacob, Mr. Jacob. He wanted me to buy it and stream it at one point, I think, because he's a big Dragon Ball fan. I haven't bought it yet because I don't know. I'm not like the biggest Dragon Ball fan. I'm like somewhat of a fan. Like I like the older stuff, like with the Cell Saga, for example. But I don't know if I'm that big of a fan. Miku, no, they divorced. Reminds me of Xenoverse in a way. Wait, who divorced? Divorced? What? Oh, your parents? Bro. Even if your parents are divorced, that doesn't mean I can't call home. You still have a home, so I can still call home. Reminds me of Xenoverse in a way. You wouldn't call home, you're the cool teacher? Bro, I legit talk to parents all the time. Like, I talked to one mom the other day because her kid, like, keeps screaming. Like, I don't know if any of you have a pet dog, right? But have you ever, like, stepped on your dog's paw by accident? Like, you just weren't watching, you didn't notice your dog was there, accidentally stepped on his paw, and he'll, like, screech. Because that used to happen with my dog. I would accidentally step on his paw, and then I'm like, oh shit, my bad. And he would, like, screech, right? And it's, like, this really high-pitched screech. And one of my students was doing that for no reason in class. Like, just this high-pitched screech constantly, like, in the classroom, sometimes in the hallway. And me and the other teacher, we talked to him, like, several times. Still kept doing the high-pitched screech. But finally talked to the mom. I'm like, listen, mom. He keeps screaming like a girl. This shit needs to stop. And she was pissed. She was like, we're gonna have a talk, boy, when we get home. So now his dad's probably gonna beat his ass. I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe I live outside. Yeah, live outside and you still have a flawless internet connection for watching Nico GU. I want a Shiba one day. Yeah, one of my friends that I used to mod for, her name is Temuki. She is a big Shiba Inu fan, and her fiance, David, I think he's also a big fan as well. Bro, I almost killed a dog when I was 5. How the hell did that happen? I would slap him. Well, I need to let the parents slap him, so. Both versions look quite pleasing to the eye, despite them being drawn with relatively few lines. Exactly what kind of profession are you aiming for? Well, her big eyes grew round as she let out a thoughtful grunting sound. I like drawing and creating things, so something along those lines. That's not very specific. Ding dong, it's the bell, let's go. As I stood up and brushed the dust off my skirt, Takako rolled along the ground and stopped behind me. What are you doing? Have you ever got really mad at a student or a class to the point of yelling or things like that, or are you just stupidly calm? I mean, that's actually an interesting question. Because I feel like I have yelled sometimes, like if I really had to. Because sometimes you have to yell if there's too much noise and they're not going to hear you unless you yell or something like that, right? And sometimes like I didn't want to yell, but I forced myself to yell. It almost felt like I was acting in a scene. But for the most part, I am stupidly calm. Like the students will even say, "Oh, Mr. GU never gets angry," or things like that. I remember one student said to another teacher, "Oh, we like Mr. GU because he always has so much patience with us." So I feel like, you know, maybe 95% of the time, or maybe even a bit more than 95% of the time, maybe 95 to 98% of the time, I'm like stupidly calm. But there's always like a 2 to 5% where you do have to, you know, yell in order to sort of have it register in students' brain like, oh, I'm being serious this time. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you might try to be serious and they don't really know. They don't understand, like, okay, this is where we're drawing the line, and then you have to raise your voice a little bit more so that they get it. Like, yeah, this is where we're drawing the freaking line. I have my neighbor's internet password. I almost stepped on him. It was a small one. Jesus Christ. When I was 4, a little puppy chased me around a park and I was running for my life. That sounds like me when I was like 4 or 5 and there was a bee chasing me and I had to run for my life. And I think it got me anyway. Bro, in 6th grade, my teacher was straight up swearing a lot to a student. She was normally chill, but she was just too loud and shit. Damn. I think I almost swore this year at one point. But I said freaking. And everyone was like, oh my god, he said freaking. He almost snapped. I did almost snap. Upon turning the corner, I saw Tucker go on all fours. What are you doing? I remember I accidentally fell asleep reading a book in class, so everyone, and minutes passed, the teacher didn't wake me up. They were all sitting down on the carpet, nobody bothered me. That kind of happened this year, like one of the students like fell asleep. And I was just like, I don't care, because if they're awake, they're probably gonna not do the work either way, so... I was like, you know what? You go to sleep. You want to get left back this year, that's your problem. Hold on, guys. Alright guys, it looks like we're ordering dinner. And I opted for white rice and broccoli. Because I already had like carbs for... I think I had carbs for breakfast and lunch. Because I had pizza for lunch, so... That's both carbs and very salty. And then I had... pancake for breakfast, which I guess is also carbs and sugar. So yeah. Wait, but technically white rice is also carbs, but the broccoli is there at least for veggies. I think the worst thing I've heard a teacher say was shit. I was like in first grade. In first grade is reasonable. They start caring after 5th or something. Wait, what? What do you mean they start caring after 5th? A teacher is just saying F you to the girl, 6th grade. This boggles my mind. Because I don't know a lot about... You're in Norway, right? Click. And I don't know a lot about Norway, but for some reason I imagine that, like, it would be very chill over there. I imagine they wouldn't be getting that angry. Wait, so, you know, tell me what it's like. What is it like in Norway, 6th grade, like, middle school type grades? 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. What's the atmosphere like? I could tell you right now that in, like, middle school... In my school, they were literally listening to rap music. Like, I walked in on one of their classrooms yesterday, and they were just like freaking, because they didn't have work to do. They finished all their work. It was like a free period, and they were like literally listening to rap music, and I'm like, no. This shouldn't be happening. Yes, they were normally very chill. We were just bad students. Why were you bad students? What the heck? How were you bad? What would you guys do? What? Tell me more. Takako turned her head over her shoulder and waved at me. I was looking for the 4-leaf clover. Do you come here during every break? My classes are over. I came here to read a book for a while before going home. I sat down on the stairs, opened the book, and took out the bookmark. People got surprised whenever I talked in elementary. You were the shy student, Azure. I don't know. I was sick half the time, but still one of the smartest. Dang, half the time. I'm glad you're one of the smartest. Were you really shy, or... Here it is. As soon as she found it, she unzipped her bag she had left in the shadow of the stairs and took out her equipment. She entered the building holding a yellow bucket, filled it up with water, then came back out. Alrighty, she sat down next to me. Splish. She stuck her brush into the water. Green and yellow. She squeezed the paint tubes, covering her palette in colors. I feel like it's not colorful enough. I turned the page. Just use some other colors then. I see. I turned the page. I heard the sound of a brush gliding against the canvas. The damp, gloomy backyard regained its usual silence. The only things I could hear were the sound of turning pages as I read, and the cries of the cicadas at the distance. I get attention for being tall. Well, kind of tall. How tall are you? Although it's changed over the years, now I talk a bit more. That's good. How tall are you? Yeah, everybody's just like, how tall are you? Half the class would talk like every second, and I'll stop and just run out of class swearing to the teacher. That literally sounds like my school, but I'm surprised. Why? 5'10" and 1/4 last time I checked. I'm taller than you then, because I'm 6 feet exact. But it's weird, because I don't feel tall. I feel like everybody is like at least 6 feet or taller nowadays. I feel like there are a lot of people that are taller than me, or like almost my height. And go to the back and not work. Whoa, damn, I'm 5'5", No, every day. Azure, you're short as hell. Bro, so... Damn. I thought Norwegian kids would be chill. What the hell? Should I move to Norway and become a teacher? Would that, like, improve education in Norway? If I instill discipline? Children are getting bigger. They really are. It's very weird. Like, what's up with that? Is that evolution? Is this something about the food that they're eating? This is probably not good. Growth hormones in the chickens or something? Like, I don't know if that's a good thing. Bro, people tell me I'm tall. Azure, they're legit just being nice. Like, legit. But the teachers gave us gym, like, every day. No, you would get anxiety. I would get anxiety teaching in Norway. Tell me more. Why would I have anxiety teaching in Norway? I'm fairly sure 5'4" is average. So, I mean, for our age, that's pretty tall. Okay, but that... I think that varies based on your country where you live. Like, average height. So, you're in Canada. I don't know if that's... I'll check if that's true for Canada. Average height in Canada. But then I'll check for, like, other places, too. I like how they're giving me, like, centimeters, because, you know. It also varies based on gender. So... Okay, so the average height of a male in Canada is 175 cm, which is apparently about, I guess, like... 5'6", maybe? It's a little bit more than 5.5. I'm 15, so? Like, I'm 14? I don't believe that. Are you? Are you younger than Azure? I didn't think you were younger than Azure. Like, only fun? Like 3 real classes. What I just said, the kids always talk, plus the kids just walk around half the class. But isn't that like a teacher problem? That just means like you don't have teachers that are being strict enough. Okay, let me ask you this, Click. I don't know if this matters, but let me ask you this. What's the average class size in Norway? Like, is it typically 20 students, or is it more than 20 students? Like, how many students are in a classroom? Take what you think times 5, and they don't listen to teachers at all. What? That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Why is that? I thought Norway would be like a country where teachers were respected and like education was valued. They called home so much, about 26 students in a class. That's a lot. That's a lot. That might be part of the problem. They don't give a shit? Damn. What do you think? She placed the brush on the stairs and held out the sketchbook in front of me. That's one colorful clover. I'm avant-garde. Does it have any meaning? Well, she stuck her head out and considered the canvas herself. She then pointed at the blue leaf. This blue leaf represents a sprout. It's the youngest of the 4. The yellow one is a young leaf that's yet to fully form. The green one, well, as you can no doubt tell yourself, is just a normal leaf in its prime. And lastly, this red one is a leaf at the very end of its life. She pointed at the green and red leaves in order. I'm impressed you managed to come up with that on the spot. I passed the qualification exam for colors the other day. You can make any color you want by mixing the 4 I used for these leaves. Tekuko's palette was a difficult to describe mess of a whole array of colors mixed together, almost like she couldn't decide which one to pick right until the very end. I thought Mr. was 17. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I knew Mr. was like in high school, but I thought Mr. might have been like 16 or 17 myself. I'm taking that as a compliment. It is, but one person talk, everybody starts. I turned 15 in February. Oh, cool. There was one teacher everybody respected. Only one? Alright, tell me more about this amazing teacher. And it's true. It's true that, like, in any school, if one person starts talking and everybody starts talking, it spreads. So, that's why, like, one of the kindergarten teachers that I used to work with had a saying, nip it in the bud. Like, you gotta stop it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's gonna get worse and worse, and then snowball into the problem where you have, where everyone's talking and everyone's, like, moving around the classroom however they want and stuff. There's always one person that starts talking, and if someone else doesn't tell them to shut up, then everyone starts talking. That's exactly how it always happens. I like how even you guys, even the students themselves, acknowledge how this shit works. True, yes, one. At the end of the second floor corridor, there was a cylinder-shaped lounge with small tables, 2 chairs, and a bookshelf in it. A set of large windows lined the wall, welcoming the serene afternoon light. I spotted Sachiko sleeping at the table, using her elbows as a pillow. I silently pulled out the other chair, careful not to wake her. The chair creaked as I lowered myself in it, but it didn't seem to disturb her. Sachiko's shoulders rhythmically moved up and down, but other than that, she remained motionless. Her thin and glossy hair, succumbing to the pull of gravity, covered her face. It swayed ever so slightly in the soft breeze, glimmering in the afternoon light. I realized the collar of my coat got crooked as I sat down. Remembering that I had a doll in my pocket, I took it out and placed it on the table. It had been preserved well, given its age. I tried brushing off a dirty spot on its cheek with a finger, but it didn't work. Suddenly, I heard some footsteps from behind. Looking up, I saw Nanai's aunt at the other end of the corridor. She seemed to have noticed me as well. I made a light bow. Oh, we got the hot aunt again. I haven't seen Saru in here for a while. Where he at? Saru gone, bro. He gone. He gave us cahoots all the time. Math was outside like a contest we could choose in gym. December went on so fast. He gave us cahoots all the time. Math was outside like a contest we could choose in gym. Huh. Yeah, we do cahoots in my school too. But we do cahoots usually as like a Friday fun activity. So at the end of the day on Friday, basically. December went on so fast. We still got time, bro. Only half of it is over. And I still need time to wrap some gifts. I know, right? They let us sleep if we were tired. Finals, though, and he just straight up listened to us. Huh. Straight up chill? I forgot about finals. Bro. Don't forget about finals. Study up. Hello. She came over to my chair, carrying a basket full of laundry. Hello. The weather is certainly nice today, neither too cold nor too hot. A perfect day for an afternoon nap if there ever was one. How about joining us? An enticing proposal, but I refuse. If Nana found us, I wouldn't hear the end of it. That's too bad. Lily made a warm smile, then shifted her gaze to the doll on the table. Is this yours? Yeah. It looks quite old. Switching the laundry basket to her other hand, Lily considered the doll with curious eyes. I held it up in front of her. She took it with her one free hand. Is it handmade? Spots of dirt aside, it appears quite well crafted. I've had it since my childhood. You could say it's somewhat special to me. Ah, so it's something important to you. Lily inspected the doll for any other patches of dirt and tear marks. I can fix it up for you if you want. Really? Of course. It's not like our own antiques receive no refurbishing. We have a contract with a company that specializes in these things, and I myself can handle some of the simpler items. Lily answered me with a smile. Fixing your doll is not that difficult compared to what I usually do anyway. In that case, I definitely appreciate it. Alright. Lily placed the doll in her laundry basket. She then pulled out a sheet from it. Use this if you're planning to sleep. Thank you. It was hanging in the sun just a few minutes ago, so it shouldn't feel quite pleasant. I might end up being unable to sleep at night because of it, though. Lily chuckled. Giyu, I'm gonna make my height smaller, sneak into your school without you knowing, and I'll sneak into your classroom. Good luck with that. We have like 3 security guards at the entrance and 1 security guard on every floor. So good luck with that. So that was why they got mad if we weren't working. They let us say stuff in the middle of class and joke around. Dang. So they did get mad though if you weren't working. I'll jump the borders. Dang. Wait, are you saying that you're in Mexico? You have to jump the border to get to wherever I am? Damn. Can't believe you're a full-fledged border jumper. Shrink ray? Dang. The thing is, Azure is so short that if you use a shrink ray on her, she'll just disappear. We're ungrateful kids. I mean, if you're able to acknowledge that you were ungrateful, then why didn't you change that? Why didn't you try to do better? That wouldn't be good. Sleep is the best medicine, or however the saying goes. She nodded to herself a few times. I imagine a mansion like this must have a ghost story or two. Absolutely. Do you like these kinds of stories? I'm quite a fan. In that case, I can tell you one if you want. Sounds great. Lily nodded, placed the basket on the floor, and lowered herself to the empty chair. It's about a woman that used to live here quite some while ago. She was different from most people. You could say she had an unusually sharp intuition. For example, look at this scar. I got it when I was hit by a bike. Lily rolled up her sleeve and showed her elbow to me. I could make out a scar that must have needed at least 6 stitches. It was quite an old wound. I doubt I would have even noticed the scar had she not pointed it out. You know what? You know what? Dang, Azure, stop being racist against Mexicans. You know what? Now that Mr. Mister is here, let me ask you, Mr. Mister. Have you had the same experience in Canada? How do you think teachers are held in regard in Canada? Do you think they're respected, or is there a lot of also like talking and walking around the classroom and not caring? Like, what's the Canadian education climate like from your perspective? The student perspective is always good to hear. Yes, they would, but we had like 4 chances. No, I was chill. My class not. GU, I'm literally Mexican, bruh. Bro, but you're still racist against Mexicans. That's the thing. I'm holding in coughing. Bro. You need some medicine, click. I spoke to that woman on the phone the day before, and she told me to be careful of bikes. She would always warn you about things out of nowhere, but her premonitions almost always turned out to be true. Why did you get hurt then? Lily smiled. I wasn't planning to go out that day, but I was bored and napped through half the day, and by the time I awoke, I'd already forgotten about the warning. I figured it was the perfect time to take out the trash, and as soon as I stepped outside, I was hit by a bike. She leaned to the left, pantomiming me how she got hit. So that person could predict the future? I'm not sure. In my experience, there were only 2 occasions where she predicted something with such accuracy. So I probably wouldn't go as far as to say she could read the future. On the other hand, there were several cases that made me think she had unbelievably good instincts. It felt more like she was sensitive to the supernatural. How could I be racist to my own kind? That's what I want to know. They just empathize it and hope you follow? They just emphasize it and hope you follow? Hope you follow means that it seems like it's a 50-50 on whether you guys are listening, huh? We like the teachers in the free time and not in class, but when they're not, yeah, that's like the issue, right? Like, you know, obviously you could have cool teachers and like their personalities, but then there's that distinction of who this person is as a person and who they are as a professional. As a person, you might like them, you might get along with them, but as a professional, they have to be strict. And you know, obviously there's a lot of students who don't want to sort of listen and agree with that. But there's a reason that they have to be strict, you know? Because everybody has to have their work done, and in order to get a good grade and succeed and show what they know, and the classroom has to be quiet in order for some people to focus, because some people can't focus if there's too much noise, and you know, there's just reasons for the rules that we have. There was one kid who was so bad, they changed his class to a stricter teacher. Yeah, that happens in my school where I am now, too. There's been a couple of switcheroos already. They tell you what to do, and if you don't listen, they'll try to help you until they lose hope, and then they don't care. Damn. So it's the same everywhere, I guess. That's not good, man. That's like, feels bad, man. I'm starting crying because my throat hurts? Oh no. I'm telling you, man, you need some medicine. Sometimes, like, household remedies don't always provide enough of a fix. But I hope you feel better soon. One time while working here, I figured I'd skip out on cleaning duty and was sleeping in the storage room when I woke up with some really bad sleep paralysis. I couldn't move at all and was half panicking when I suddenly heard someone's footsteps outside, along with the voices of two people. However, my mouth wouldn't move, so I couldn't call for help either. As if I was praying for someone to notice me, I heard one of the two draw closer to the storage room, opening its door. It was her again. I pleaded for help with my gaze. But when she saw me, all she did was snort, as if making fun of me. Get well soon, click, says Mister. Oh, wait. And he got better, but then she left and he was back at it, I know. She left? Did she leave because of him? Why did she leave? There was one girl in my class that just got swapped because she refused to be in it without her boyfriend or something like that. What's a stupid reason to swap them? Thanks. If you aren't gonna do anything about it, then you shouldn't be complaining, to be honest. Don't say that. I don't want to leave the house. I mean, maybe they're so sick that they don't feel well enough to leave the house, mister. My mom said she would buy, but she forgot. Click, this is not a good week for you. First, they forget to give you your 200 kroners. Now your mom forgets to buy you medicine. What the fuck, man? Lily recounted the story with a smile on her face. She then closed the door and left. The sleep paralysis subsided on its own later, and I remember looking all over the place to find and give her a piece of my mind. I was furious she didn't rescue me. Lily raised her fist in an expression of rightful anger, but soon lowered it and smiled. At any rate, I thought she had special powers. How about you? Do you believe in such things? I had no first-hand experience with stuff like that, so I don't have much to say. I see, Lily continued in a slightly hushed tone. My mom said she would buy it. She was like from 1 to 4th grade, no? Dang. A lot of hotels and inns started popping up after the war, you know, for tourists and such. However, most of them went bankrupt as soon as the real estate bubble burst, and with no funds... Food's here? Okay, to even raise the buildings, they ended up abandoned. Alright guys, it's time for me to go eat. So I guess I gotta put my BRB sign. You know how it is. It's not mashed potatoes, but cash does rule everything around me. I noticed that all my, like, things are not aligned correct. Like, I don't see the arigato for subs message. Even though I should. Like, I don't know why OBS is like this. OBS to YouTube. I think YouTube is just acting sus. Today she got sick, so she can't leave the house. Oh, your mom is sick too. That's not good. You don't have like any siblings, like older siblings or anything like that could go get medicine? I hope you guys feel better soon. I'll BRB, gotta go eat. I'm gonna leave the volume on so you can hear my fans in the background and have some fan blowing as ASMR. And I'm gonna close my model for the time being because it's just dying anyway. We can see it, don't worry. Alright, cool. Be back soon. You guys can talk to each other in the meantime or leave some messages for me to read when I get back. I just realized that I messed up. Because I did what I did. I just did what I used to do when I was younger. And I only ate the bushy part of the broccoli and not like the stem, basically. And like for the past year, I've been getting more into the habit of eating the entire piece of broccoli. You know, like a proper adult. But right now I fucked up and I only ate the bushy part. I went back to my childish ways. Next time I get broccoli again, I gotta remember to eat the whole half. But I ate all my broccolis, kinda, and I had my rice. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh man, you guys talked quite a bit. Good. You guys kept each other company. Why do you keep eating mashed potatoes, Giu? He's not just too lazy to change it. Exactly. Potatoes are good though. Potato chip backstory was interesting. Damn, facts. True, if they got made right. I pulled Scara on my sister's account earlier. Did she want you to pull Scara? But anyways, my schedule for school next week for finals is hella mixed up. Potato chip backstory question? You think you're gonna be alright? Probably. I got a paper for the schedule. I'm saving for Aika. Bro, I already got Aika on all 3 accounts. And I got her weapon on America's, so... if Aika were to release again, I guess that would be a banner to skip, unfortunately. Waiting for the day where G goes to eat, then we hear him randomly yelling. Imagine his mom comes in. Bro, why would my mom, like, come in and start talking to you guys, LMAO? And turns his PS4 off? Bro, what? If I streamed, that would happen to me so often. I can see that happening. My dad just cuts the Wi-Fi sometimes, to be honest. Damn. I'm alone right now. So I'm alright till the phone rings. Oh, where'd Click go? Lucky for real, I'm here. Just made popcorn. Oh, nice. My mom also does that. I rarely make popcorn now. I don't know. To be honest, most of my camera roll are girls. Oh, he's coming back. Whatever works. Popcorn's good. You should go finish it like an adult. No, it's too late. I already threw the stems in the garbage. I don't remember what I last read, so I might end up rereading. It had been said since olden times that this area maintains strong ties with the supernatural. But with a convenient ghost mansion around, the stories pertaining to all the things that might live inside went completely out of control. There are dozens of such stories, I honestly can't even remember them all. Anyway, this woman in question could see those kinds of things, so she had it rough, and her senses grew even keener after that one particular incident. At first, she only said she could hear sounds at night. At that time, she was already working and lodging at the mansion. Anyway, she once said she could hear water dripping from the tap despite sleeping in the wing farthest away from the kitchen. The tap here was pretty loose, so she had to close it really tightly. With that in mind, she climbed out of bed and went to the kitchen to see what was up. Still half asleep, she tried to ring the tap handle even harder, but it didn't help. Then she suddenly heard something near her ears that sounded vaguely like the laugh of a child. She swiftly spun around, but there was no one there. I like how we're giving ghost stories about hotels, and I feel like that's like incredibly common in real life too. I think she's coming on 3.4. So disappointed. Eat out of the garbage. Gee, does your mom know your YouTube? She does know. She was the one that was saying that I need to read with more emotion. Prove you're an adult. Wow. I'm an adult. Here's my proof. I'm an adult because I keep getting sex bots in my chat. That proves I'm an adult. She jumped out of bed, but once again, there was no one there. Assuming it was just a bad dream she had after that unpleasant experience with that tap, she lay back on the bed, only for the sound of dripping water to start up again. What's your opinion on the new card game? I haven't played it. I haven't bothered with it. You guys said, one of you said it was boring, so I was like, oh. So I haven't tried it. What's the gas mask breathing that I hear in the background? That might be my fan that I was talking about. As she closed the handle again, she heard the voice Wait, what the heck? Let's play some more? Jesus. They didn't even let me finish that little half a sentence. However, she didn't turn around. Instead, she focused on something she saw from the corner of her eyes. It was not behind, but below her. She slowly looked down to see a child looking at her. Is this a Yuri game, or is this a horror game? Because we had the mysterious things happening in the sanatorium, or wherever the hell it was. That was like a dimensional travel. Now we have a ghost girl. What is this? Where's Jack to elaborate? It's free primos, though? I mean, yeah, I know that, but I don't know, man. I don't want to be bored. I want to have fun. Oh, yeah, I remember once we stayed at some hotel in 2020, and, like, we're all sleeping, right? My brother got some scratches on his neck. Yeah, it's easy, too. What the hell? Alright, let me tell you a ghost story. What the F? So, I had a friend a long time ago. We worked together at a museum, and he was a much older gentleman. And he once had a job in, like, a big building in a big city. And he was saying that, he worked the night shift as, like, a janitor, I guess. And he was saying that one night he was in the building, cleaning the floor. Everybody else, all the other workers are out of the building. It was like 10 p.m. or past 10 p.m. It was close to midnight. And he started hearing like a lot of loud noise on the floor above him, as if there was somebody running around in the room up above. And he said that all of the windows, like the walls facing outside the building, were just like these big glass windows, and that there were these sort of semicircular gaps near those windows at the edge of each room, where you could look down into the room below or up into the room above, kind of, to some extent. So anyway, he heard this like loud running around, rustling on the upper floor, and it was moving toward the windows, toward where that hole in the floor was. And he said that he was kind of following it from the floor below. And he was wondering if maybe it was a rat, and maybe the rat was going to fall through the hole toward the lower floor. So he wanted to confirm. He wanted to look up through the hole to see if there was just like a big rat running around, or what the hell was going on up there. And as he reached the windows, he saw the ghost of a woman fly out of the windows and out into the night sky of this like urban city, and it was just insane. And then he said, I think he saw that same ghost woman on a different night, where he happened to be cleaning, and I like how you said your voice cracks are entertaining, and now I'm just stuck thinking about that. But anyway, so yeah, he saw that ghost woman on a different night, where he happened to be cleaning. And he entered a room, and he saw the ghost woman. She didn't notice that he had entered the room, but he was, like, paralyzed with, like, I don't know, fear or just shock. He couldn't move. And then he's just staring at her, and then finally he obtains, like, the sensibilities to move again. He moves, and then she finally notices him. You know, she hears his sound or notices his movement, and then she disappears. But he saw that ghost woman twice, my guy. It's pretty crazy. It's like some Luigi's Mansion shit. Is your family good? I've had some interaction with ghosts, though, in Mexico. Are they getting haunted? I was sleeping in my uncle's room, and I had some cookies out, and a bottle of soda was empty. And I was the only one in the room. They dropped the bottle and ate all my panda cookies, bro. It's not good. Voice cracks are entertaining. I didn't even get to finish them. LMAO. I swear I'm not even lying. That was me. Why did you eat my panda cookies? They were salty. I remember my mom bought cookies and my brother ate all of them, and he left me a half-eaten one. I wanted to. I went to beat his ass after, dang. It's only something a brother would do. Alright guys, let me drink my water. I got some water here. I have to make sure I hydrate. I don't do a good job of hydrating during the weekend, Because, like, when I'm at work, I have, like, specific points where I'll hydrate. Like, I'll hydrate during lunch, and then I might hydrate again, like, during after school, during overtime. So it's like, okay, at these 2 points of the day, I'll drink a full bottle of water. But, like, when I'm at home, it's hard to, like, remember. Like, oh, shit, I gotta drink water. Sounds like something brother would do younger and older. I wanted some cookies too, though. I want to hear you slurp. Bro, you got some weird kinks, bro. The child turned his shadowy face to her, and after conceding that they had been found, suddenly dashed toward the kitchen wall and vanished beyond it. Well, what was that scary? She leaned against the table on her elbows and took a good look at my face. Yeah, that was pretty creepy. Right? She nodded to herself with a satisfied smile. Want to hear what happened next? Yeah, what happened next? Great minds think alike, for real. So, she ended up changing rooms, but felt the presence of children in her new place as well. After that, she started seeing odd things all over the mansion. I saw her run into them multiple times myself. This one time, she suddenly stopped in place as we were climbing the stairs. When I asked her what was wrong, she told me she saw something in the mirror that shouldn't have been here. We had a big mirror on the second floor, and I gave it a glance, but it looked perfectly normal to me. All I could see reflected in it were the two of us. I asked her if she was tired and played it for laughs at the time, but it kept happening. So I figured I might as well try and research the history of the mansion a bit. I already knew that the place used to be a sanatorium. I've told you about the Fujisaka family, right? Well, we knew that even before we refurbished the place. The building has been purified by Shinto priests, and it was never a hospital or the site for a graveyard either. Besides, this area saw plenty of battles during the war, so you'd expect all the weird things to happen there and not over here in a secluded mansion. Anyway, I figured to dig a bit deeper, using the records in the study hall and the library next door. They're not good for your health, and great minds think alike. Oh, that's right, the library over there actually used to belong to another building. It fell apart before we could do anything about it, so we only ended up getting the library. It's actually even older than this mansion. Anyway, I also found some black and white photos from when the place was used as a sanatorium. I showed the pictures to my friend, and then she pointed out a few people, telling me she actually saw them here in the mansion. Lily stole a glance at me. What happened after that? Well, we assumed those people must have been ghosts or something, so we called a priest and had him purify the place. We used holy salt, placed charms on the doors and the walls and all that jazz. There might still be some left. Want me to look for them? I figured it wouldn't have been too fun to see them, so I declined. Where's Jack? Not sure. I don't know. I know that Jack has missed, like, these streams before. And then he was like, oh shit, I missed the stream. And then I think he watches the VOD if he misses the stream. Hopefully he'll be here next weekend. If he can't show up today, I don't know what's gonna happen. He's normally in these streams, maybe? Yeah, he's normally here. We'll see, maybe we'll hear from him on Discord or something. I was relieved, thinking we were finally done with it. But one day, and ironically enough in this exact place, I was walking down the corridor when I heard some voices. Thinking that someone was having a conversation, I continued walking and ran into her. But there was no one else. She just stood there, chuckling all by herself. When I asked her what she was doing, she answered that it was nothing. It felt weird. So I didn't back down. Who are you talking to? I asked her. She finally told me that those people from the pictures didn't appear after the purification, and that after talking to them, she found out they weren't bad people at all. She didn't want us to worry anymore, so she kept silent about it. No one else, of course, saw or felt anything, so it could have gone by unnoticed. But I think she wanted someone to confess to. Even after that, I saw her talking to herself on multiple occasions. GU, guess when my birthday was? April 31st. One of the first grade kids asked me when my birthday was, and I was like, April. And he was like, April what? And I'm like, April 31st. So now he keeps telling everyone, he's like, Mr. GU, whose birthday is April 31st? And I'm like, bro, how does this kid even remember that? Like, I told it to him like a month ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe not a month. But I told it to him a long time ago, and he still remembers that shit. He doesn't even realize that April 31st is not a day, because he's a first grader, so, you know. 9th of June. Nope, I'm pretty sure I've said it in the server. I don't think you've ever said your birthday. When I asked her what it was, she told me she saw a butterfly, but I couldn't see anything no matter where I looked. It also happened on a cold winter day, so it didn't even make sense for a butterfly to be there. She said it was probably from the other world. According to her, it was a beautiful blue butterfly. After that, she began talking to herself a lot less frequently. Instead, she started seeing butterflies everywhere. I realized how she would almost always stare upward whenever we roamed the corridors together. She even said she wanted to try and catch one. Anyway, one day she had to clean the guest rooms. I was assigned to cleaning the windows in the corridor, but as I was working, I suddenly heard a loud sound from the room she was cleaning. I rushed inside to find it completely empty. The window was open, so I looked down, thinking that she might have fallen down or something. I didn't see anyone, but then I remember we had a well down below, so... It's in the summer. He, my brother. I did. Good memory, but dumb. I was so close to being born on the 29th of February. XYZ said hello and dipped. Well, XYZ said that he couldn't, that the video wasn't loading and that he was gonna lurk because he's playing Yakuza 2. Bro, why are you talking about XYZ? It's always XYZ this and XYZ that. Damn, I had to hit Azure with her own quote. Only the dark water surface reflected our lights. We turned the place upside down looking for her but never found her. Didn't that turn into a serious incident then? I assumed the police were involved. Yeah, the police followed her as a missing person and kept looking. We even climbed down our well but didn't find any clues. Anyway, she disappeared without a trace. Most of the people have heard stories about her, so they started saying that she was spirited away. Her parents looked everywhere for her but ended up with no clues either. However, it is possible she's been around here all along, it's just that we couldn't see her. Well, was it scary? Lily opened her eyes wide as she asked the question. More like creepy in an unsettling way. 227? Dang. I got a popcorn corn stuck? That's not good. Are you saying that to me? Yeah, I'm saying that to you. Look at you. Just talking about XYZ, bro. What the heck? Is who saying what to you? Me saying that she's always saying XYZ this and XYZ that. I'm using her quote against her. I suppose, you know, someone said that if we can't find the body, that means there's a chance she's still out there, alive and well. It's a possibility I can't deny. So you're saying we're better off not knowing? Well, there are things best left unknown, right? Besides, we don't even know whether she was seeing real ghosts or just had mental problems. On the other hand, she began acting particularly weird after seeing those old pictures. Perhaps it would have been best for her to just ignore that whole incident, with that child or whatever she saw on her first weird night. What do you think? Well, I imagine it'd be difficult not to pay attention to something as big as that. You're right, but I think it was at least an option. As I deliberated on which part she had been referring to exactly, her tone suddenly turned more cheerful. Wow, stealing my quote now. Bro, I gotta use your own shit against you. That's the only way to survive in this rough community. It's gotta be done. These kinds of stories are like Pandora's box. If no one ever opened the thing before, how could they know that hope would be the last thing remaining on the bottom? However, some theories claim that you could also know the future through it. Really? Still, it doesn't really change my example. I glanced at Sachiko and Lily followed my gaze. What do you think? The light falling on Sachiko's hair had grown orange in hue. I suddenly heard another set of footsteps approaching from the direction of the corridor. Oh, snap. Lily stood up as the night stormed into our serene space. What are you doing here? What about the laundry? Then I addressed Lily in a somewhat heated tone. I wasn't skimping on work. I was telling our guests about the history of our mansion, that's all. I really hope they weren't your silly ghost stories again. Oh, not even close, right? I'm sorry for taking up your time, but I truly appreciated that curious little story. Then I looked at Lily, then back at me. She finally heaved a deep sigh. Okay then. Lily picked up her laundry basket. Well, I'll be returning to work then. Jeez, let's have another chat sometime, said Lily as she began walking down the corridor. She think of XYZ, she chat about XYZ, she talk about XYZ, she dreams about XYZ. No, I don't. Lies. You and GU say the most lies. Still can't trust a liar. Another lie. Well then, you can't trust yourself. Damn, bro. I mean, to be fair, who doesn't dream about XYZ, bro? I dream about XYZ. Well, I'll see you around then. And I followed after Lily. You're right, you can't trust me. I say the truth, I don't like XYZ. That's hella soon. You literally just said yesterday that he had a sweet, soft voice. And that you want to pounce on him like he was your body pillow. Those were your exact words. We got new tips. I sensed a shadow pass over the yellow light, filtering through my eyelids. Egged by curiosity, I opened my eyes to see what it was. Slanted sun rays covered the table I'd been hugging, creating a gleaming patchwork of light as they passed through the branches of the camphor tree beyond the window. I'm the honest one here, clearly. This is true. You're Canadian, though, so we expect honesty from you. You can always trust a Canadian. That's what they say. I mean, yeah, I said he has a nice voice, but I never wanted to pounce him down. And you are work quick and defensive when we mention him. I feel like everybody has a nice voice nowadays. Like, you go into any stream or hear anyone for the first time, and literally everyone always says nowadays, oh, this person has a nice voice. I feel like I rarely hear anyone say, oh, you have a shit voice, or, oh, I don't understand your accent, or, I don't know. I feel like it's like everyone's always praised for how they sound nowadays. It's kind of, it's interesting. I think part of it is because when you're online, that's all you have to focus on. Like in real life, you probably don't pay much attention to somebody's voice, because you're looking at their face, their body language, all these other things to pay attention to. But then online, it's like, well, you just got the voice. So then you're just gonna compliment that. What if he's lying about being honest? Oh, never mind. I get that a lot. Wait, you get what a lot? Do you have a nice voice and people want to pounce on you? If you're getting that a lot, that might be cause for concern. I feel like if I say I can fall asleep to your voice. If I say, or I can say. I don't know. This is true. You've basically already said multiple times that you can fall asleep to my voice. Which I think is only a compliment coming from you, Click. I think if anybody else said that, it would not be a compliment. You have a good voice. I appreciate that, Click. When did you come here? Oh, good morning. A blanket slid down my shoulders as I raised my upper body. I felt dizzy and pressed my thumbs against my temples. I had a dream. What kind? Well, after I straightened my back and used my palm to iron out the wrinkles on my clothes, I began telling her about the dream. The misty haze blanketing my mind slowly withdrew. Yeah, I fell asleep in one of Ju's streams. See, coming from you, that's an insult. Coming from Click, I think he means that, like, my voice gives him peace. It makes him feel comfortable and relaxed. But coming from you, that just means you were bored during my stream, Azure. I've gotten much worse than that, or better, depends on how you interpret it. Jesus. Give us some examples, Mr. Mister. Give us some examples of actual quotes you've received. It's not hard to do. Does that question have something to do with my condition? Not really, said Narasaki as she sat down in the chair before me. I read a book about the interpretation of dreams the other day. Oh, that sounds interesting. Though it doesn't sound much like you. Not for nothing, but in this particular image, Narasaki looked kind of hot, though. Like, she got the little opie action going, her smile kind of cute. I'm kind of digging Narasaki. Plus, she's like laid back and helpful. I remember Jack said, I think that Narasaki was top 3. I'm starting to see it a little bit more. She top 3 for sure. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. Lots of... Oh, damn. No, say it. Say it. Give us the quotes. If it's not good, I just won't let it. I'll block the message. But, you know... I'm willing to hear, bro. I want to know what the fuck people have said to you. What kind of crazy shit have you heard, bro? We gotta hear some stories, man. We gotta hear some stories. Why do you think I'm saying it as a mean way? Bro, cause I don't know, man. You're supposed to be an avid enjoyer of the Nico G streams, not fall asleep on me, Azure. Click needs to sleep, you know? He never gets to sleep, so... From him, it's not an insult, but... You have different needs than he. When I say I'm going to sleep, I keep your stream on and stop chatting. Say it. 1 kroner. 1 kroner! Don't do it, Click. That 1 kroner is your everything. God damn it. Don't do it, Click. Oh my god. A kroner for your thoughts. I'm fairly sure I'm gonna come to your voice, or may have already come to it. Did a girl say that to you, though, at least? I hope a girl said that to you. Jesus. You know, somebody in my Discord said to me one time, they were like, oh, I want to come all over Nico G's face or some shit like that. And then I had to delete the message. And then I told them, I was like, I told them in front of everybody. I told them in general chat so everybody could know. I was like, listen, this is sexual harassment. Don't put this shit in my Discord. And don't direct this shit toward me. And I think they got embarrassed by that I had to call them out. And then they left the Discord for a while. But then they came back to the Discord. Like later. They were like, can I come back? And I'm like, yeah, fuck it. You know, it was only one time. I called you out and you didn't do it again. It's fine. You could come back. I think they left the Discord again, though. I don't think they're there anymore. I think they left the Discord twice now. Which is fine. Whatever. But yeah, it was very odd. It was very odd. I'm just tired these days. I barely get sleep. Yeah, it was a girl. No, that's good. Was she attractive? And that wasn't joking either. She was serious. Was she attractive at least? Did you like her? Did you think she was pretty or something? Was that somewhat flattering? You want that kroner or not? What? What the F? I don't know if you guys are saying what and what the F to my story or Mister's or both. I'm sure I've said this before, but I've got a profound sense of curiosity. Anyway, my dream started with me and Sakako on the bus. I was going through what looked like the countryside and then got into a tunnel. Passing that, we emerged into a city I've never seen before. I got worried, and after discussing it with Sakako, got off the bus together. We walked around a bit, but no matter where we went, the place felt completely unfamiliar to us. Then Sakako said she wanted to climb the mountain we saw in the distance. She said she could figure out where we were from a higher vantage point, so we climbed the mountain together. The details have become foggy by now, but I can remember the gist of it. Does that tell you anything? At least 3 things, I guess. From just that? First, riding in a bus symbolizes being influenced by others, regardless of your will. Wait, what? Dreams have all this symbolism? Not for nothing, but this side of psychology is interesting. Me? Yes. Wait, what? I mean, kinda. I got nice pics. You got nice pics. What does that even mean, though? Like, did you date the girl, or did you just get the pics and that was that? Like, did you not ask her out? I don't have a Cash App, so it's alright. Damn. You want my life money? Thanks. No. A place you don't know represents your dissatisfaction and wish for change in your current life. Oh. That's like... I just had a dream like that earlier, where it was like a place I don't know, but it was supposed to be Japan. So I think my dream represented the fact that I want to move to Japan. Finally, climbing a mountain means working hard toward a certain goal. Oh my gosh, you just get a whole breakdown. Well, does any of those ring a bell? When you put it like that, now that I thought about it, the whole thing about the bus and how we got off reminded me of how Takako and I quit our jobs in the city. What happened afterwards? Then it all kind of changed. Before I knew it, I was dreaming about going to my old home in the country. The city turned into my old town, but we were still climbing a steep hill together. Yeah, I remember our old town having lots of tall hills. Yeah, when we reached the top, we could see the entire place from high above. We sat down on a bench and gazed at the sunset for a while. Then I realized I lost my wallet, but found it almost immediately after. The money in it was all gone, but I was just happy to have it back. Arasaki's expression grew somewhat mellow. That's good. They say that seeing the countryside in your dreams means your mind is stabilizing itself and that your imagination has become richer. Really? I didn't necessarily feel that way, but her previous comments hit close to the mark, so hearing that made me feel a little relieved. Losing something means being turned down in love, while finding something means being successful in your romantic relationship. So what does it mean if you lose something but find it soon after? I'm not sure. Narasaki shook her head, making an embarrassed smile. Well, it's pretty much fortune telling, so don't take it too seriously. Don't act like you don't know, shaking my head. Wait, what? Who are you talking to? I just did some stuff and I set myself up to get the good stuff. What? Dang, that means you hit it and quit it. It was a one-time thing. It's a one-time thing. It's a one-time thing. I had a dream where I pulled cowgirl last night and I woke up sad. I learned English from a game. For real, which game? Roblox? Ew, no, gross. I hate when kids at my job say they play video games and then I think, alright, cool, fuck, we're gonna have a bonding moment. And then they say Roblox and I'm like, wow. Yeah, we're not having that bonding moment. And then I'm like, alright, well, what else do you play? And then they say Fortnite and I'm like, wow. It's literally like all these kids are like, oh yeah, I'm a gamer, I play video games. And they only play like fucking free-to-play games. Like, I don't know, man. Personally, like, I feel like you gotta play like actual paid games to be like a true mega gamer. I don't know, all this free-to-play shit, I'm just not into it, except for Genshin. It's sad waking up. I had a similar. It makes sense, to be honest. I learned English from YouTube. Dang. I mean, that's more legit. Are you saying my English is shit? I didn't say that. You meant it. Bro. Click makes me laugh, bro. The first part felt accurate enough, but I'm not sure about the rest. Well, the point is that you have fun. I'm surprised you remember everything so well, though. I'm good at remembering dreams, and I get tired easily these days, so I keep falling asleep everywhere. I fucking can't pay, I'm broke. Click, did you ever sign up for the anime night roll in the Discord? Since you were asking about anime earlier, I see there's like 20 people now to ask for the anime night roll. I think that means somebody might have asked and I haven't given it to them yet. Mr. asked for it. Did I give you the role, Mr.? Tracy asked for it. I think I gave her the role. I don't think Click ever asked for the role. Do you want the anime night role, Mr. No, not Mr. Click. And then you can watch anime with us too. But right now we're watching Season 2 of To Your Eternity. We're on episode 6. The anime night roll. It's the roll where you can watch anime with us in the Discord. I think I gave it to you, Mr. I'll double check. Oh, you actually don't have it yet. I don't think. Fuck. Alright, now you have it. Let me know if you want it too, Click. Do I need to speak or something? No, you just have to tell me that you want the role. Oh, do you need to speak in the general chat? You don't need to speak in the general chat. You could watch the anime, and then if you want to talk to us while watching the anime, you could talk by typing in the text chat. We usually talk in the text chat. We don't use our voices. Because then if we speak, then it's like talking during a movie. It's not... You know, it's just not good practice. So yeah, usually I stream it from my PC. People watch it, I guess, on their PC, and then I use my mobile phone to talk with people in text chat. I have it, don't worry. You have it now. I just gave it to you. Okay, yeah, sure. Alright, I'll give you the role. Usually it's Saturday nights, so literally tonight in like 4 hours. I gotta find you, click. Oh, here you are. Click, click. You don't have any roles except for Genshin Europe player. I don't know if you want any other roles, but there's a whole roles channel where you could check and let me know. How do I request? Well, you can request it here in the chat. So I already gave you the role since you said, yeah, sure. I think my friend Wiggles also wanted me to stream the romance anime that just came out this season. Married but not lovers or some shit like that. I forgot what the name is called. But I'm gonna stream that as well. Probably next week. Like basically when Christmas break starts. So we'll stream that anime from the beginning. But right now we're in season 2 in the middle of To Your Eternity. It was the stream delay, whoops. Oh. I'm good at remembering dreams and I get tired easily these days, so I keep falling asleep everywhere. I suppose shallow sleep like that results in lots of dreams. Is that where your dream ended? No, there's a bit more. Later I met a person that claims to know me. Even though I didn't recognize them. Still, they said we were in the same class. When I tried thinking about it, I realized this person participated in the party we had shortly before we left to move to the city. What kind of person was it? In dreams, people you don't know tend to be your idolized versions of various traits. Really? I couldn't see their face though. I don't think I see people that clearly in dreams. No, I'm mostly in the Discord for notifications. Oh man, well, I think you should take advantage of the anime nights, click, click. Because that'll be a good way for you to discover new anime. And also watch anime for free. Since you want to watch anime for free. And the dream ended there. So did that party actually happen in the real world? I felt a little strange. Something wrong? I tried remembering who that person was, but couldn't. And when I thought about the party, I realized it was something that happened in another dream I had. I'd totally forgotten about it until then, though. Not to mention that by being in the Discord, you get to look at the waifu channel that has a bunch of anime waifus. Mostly Genshin waifus, but and other anime too. Yeah, when today? In 4 hours. 4 hours from now. I don't know what time that is for you. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna eat some chocolate. Yeah, I think it'll probably be 4 a.m. for you. Okay, I think it's midnight for you right now, right? 0 o'clock. Giu? Yes, Azure. You mean you remember one of your dreams in another dream? I think so, yes. Arasaki slowly recrossed their legs. Well, it's hardly an impossible phenomenon. Remembering other dreams inside a dream? Yeah, though I've never experienced it myself. Really? When you're awake, it's difficult to remember dreams, but easy to recall things you did during your waking hours. The opposite is also true. Why does it work that way? Because your memories are separated into 2 categories, one pertaining to reality and another to dreams. Your brain can tell when you're dreaming, and stores your dream memories in a different place so the two don't get mixed up. So you're saying it's easier to remember dreams when you're dreaming? It's probably a bit more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. But there are memories particular to dreams. I thought that dreams were just random images your brain assigned to the disjointed noise that went through your mind as you slept. Narasaki shook her head with a smile. I think that happens too, but you also dream when you're asleep. As for the accuracy of dream memories, I don't think your memories of reality are all that much different. I suppose so. I experienced that firsthand. How do I enter? Just wait for when it starts? So when it's starting soon, you'll get a ping, because I pinged the anime night roll. So you'll get a ping in the community announcements channel. And then 10 to 15 minutes later, you should see the live stream go up in the anime channel. And then you just click on the anime voice chat. And you could click on view stream or whatever the button is. Make sure your mic is muted so nobody hears you or your background noise. And you're good to go. It's very simple. Go eat something, Azure. Go eat some chicken flautas. For you really do know a lot of things, Narasaki. I've just had an opportunity to research this stuff for something else. What exactly did you research? Well, people store all the things they see and hear in their head, right? However, some things are stored in a way you can remember and use them, while others are impossible to consciously pull out. Are you still with me? Yeah, I think so. They're called conscious memories and subconscious memories. Both are memories, but you only have access to the conscious ones. I was contemplating if one could prove the existence of a subconscious thought system constantly using those memories as well. I'm not sure I understand. What happens if you prove that? Well, all I want to know is how things work. Narasaki looked out the window. The evening sun illuminated her red hair, making it look almost like flames. Oh, that's right. The bird we saw yesterday is called a red-flanked bluetail. It's a winter bird that comes here from Shikoku. You looked it up? It was a bird encyclopedia in the library. It made a brief mention of unihemispheric slow-wave sleep. Birds that travel long distances over the seasons have evolved so they can put half of their brains to sleep while the other remains alert. Apparently it's not just birds either. Dolphins and seals are also capable of sleeping with one of their eyes closed. That's convenient. I wonder if I could work 24 hours a day if I could pull that off. As long as they abolish the overtime agreement of the Labor Standards Act, it's actually quite interesting. Can such a thing really be possible? Me too. I have had a single slice of bread. I don't feel bad for you. What? Like all day, all you had was a single slice of bread? Or if the half that slept remembers what happened during the time the other half was awake. I don't remember anything from when I sleep, so I imagine they wouldn't either. Is that so? Feeling my hands grow cold, I stuck them under the blanket covering my lap. Narasaki noticed and followed my motion with her gaze. What's your plan for today? I might just go back to my room and sleep. You're going to sleep again? My vision suddenly grew dark as I stood up. Making sure not to panic, I lowered my head a bit and endured it. I've been feeling really sleepy lately. I don't know if it's because I've changed beds, but I seem unable to get proper rest. The hallucinations might be one of the factors exhausting you. I saw Narasaki hold out her hand, and after a few seconds of staring at it, I handed her the blanket. I'm no longer seeing them, thanks. Is that so? What are you going to do after this? I have no plans. Narasaki, yeah? You once said there existed another world in one's head. Yeah, I did. And Takako is there, isn't she? Narasaki slightly cocked her head then nodded. I was thinking about what kind of place it might be, and how Takako lived there. And what conclusion did you come to? The branches in front of the window trembled. Narasaki gave them a sidelong glance. There seemed to have been a bird there, but it had since flown away. I don't know, maybe she's seeing the past I did during your hypnosis. Or maybe she feels as though she's in a dream. Both of those sound closer to a dream, but I believe it's much closer to the real world than you'd think. You know what it's like? Well, I can imagine an educated guess at least. Let's start from how it differs from reality. First, the passage of time must be quite vague since you're creating the story from your subconscious. No one remembers every little detail that happens during the day. But reality's like that as well, no? Yep, so no one in your world would notice anything strange, and the things you forget or are unable to remember simply disappear without a trace. I thought you had popcorn too. Popcorn is candy. What? It's basically as bad for you as candy. Is that so? I mean, I don't think it has a lot of health benefits. It's just a salty snack, but I'm gonna look up canned popcorn, health. Let's call it health benefits. Let's look up health benefits first. There are a few health benefits for eating popcorn. Okay, so here are the benefits of eating popcorn if you get a good one. Apparently you'll have a lower risk of diabetes, because popcorn may have whole grains. Lower risk of heart disease, which is also high blood pressure. Weight management. I guess because it has high fiber content. It also has a few vitamins. Vitamin A, E, K, B6. If you add too much butter, then it becomes unhealthy. If you use olive oil, it can become healthier because olive oil is good for the heart. So it does have some health benefits. Let's look up the health risks of popcorn. Yeah, the main health risk is like the butter, sugar, and salt. But if you don't put too much like butter, and if you're able to control how much sugar it has, then it could actually be a pretty healthy snack. It has potential. Oh, sorry, I made it sound more confusing than I should have. It's because of how your eyes work. Your brain recognizes light as it strikes your retinas at the back of your eyes. However, since it passes through the lens in your eyes, your brain actually gets an inverted image that also has left and right backwards. However, in your world, no one is seeing their surroundings with their eyes. As such, top and bottom as well as right and left are inverted. Sounds weird. If the cause is physical, such as the eyes inverting things, then wouldn't we all perceive our surroundings the same way in both worlds? No matter how I looked at it, Narasaki's statement didn't make much sense. Besides, there were no means to check or test how things were supposed to work in that hypothetical world anyway. How could she be so certain? You didn't just come up with all this on the spot, did you? I gave Narasaki an incredulous look. Whoops, you got me. After that, Narasaki accompanied me back to my room, then soon left, saying she had to return the blanket. As soon as I mustered the willpower to get out of bed, I heard a knock on the door. I circled around the bed and turned the knob, opening the door. What greeted me was someone's forehead near the bottom of my field of view. It was Kozue holding a book. Hello, here. I inspected the title of the book she handed me. It seemed to be an encyclopedia about plants and animals. I turned my gaze to Kozue and saw her looking somewhere behind my back. Is this for me? I asked. She looked up at me, her thin brows knitted. But after a few moments, Kozue seemed to have shifted her gaze back to the room. I realized it was the interior that seemed to have sparked her interest. Would you like to see the inside of the room? I opened the door wide and moved away from the doorway. Instead of going in, though, Kozue looked up at me again and asked if I wasn't going to sleep. Oh, it's fine. It's still too early for bed anyway. After a few seconds of hesitation, Kozue finally stepped into the room. She momentarily glanced back as I closed the door, but soon returned her gaze to the room, looking over the ceiling and the walls. Hi, how are you? Love the hoodie? Bro, this hoodie has Hatsune Miku on it. I don't know how well you can see it, but it's got Hatsune Miku on it. Specifically because I feel like one of the main characters in this game looks like Hatsune Miku, because she's got the twin tails. What's going on, Tracy? How are you doing? How was your day? How was your week? I know you popped in yesterday, but you basically got to say hello and then you had to dip, so how was your week? How's your weekend going? Give us the deets. Flipping through a few pages, I saw introductions of various plants and animals, all illustrated with large, colorful pictures. The table of contents listed a number of different animal names. Though thick, the book was easy to carry in one hand. I imagined it was designed to allow one to quickly confirm things while out in the wilderness. The hoodie is nice. Hell yeah. I do have to get some new hoodies, though. I have like a small variety, but like I feel like a lot of them just seem similar, and I haven't really looked for new ones in like maybe a year. It's been a long time. I gotta see if I could update my model. I'm sure there's new stuff out there. Few people ever comes to stay here in the middle of nowhere. All their regular customers have a thing for old mansions. I see. What did you like about old things? Well, I suppose it's like Nanai said. You can trust them to serve you well, considering they haven't fallen apart after so many years of use. New PFP? For Mr. right? What was Mr.'s PFP before? Oh yeah, it was Wally. Now he got... Who is that? It looks like Shenhe. Is it Shenhe? Don't take it while I'm still looking, I joked. These antiques also make you imagine all sorts of things. It's fun thinking about what kind of European lady might have once been reflected in this mirror in the past, or how the mirror even found its way here to begin with. It makes one wonder how the mirror must feel about reflecting a pair of black eyes and dark hair after seeing blonde hair and blue eyes all its life. Kozoi placed the key holder back on the dresser. Instead, she picked up a glass toy from it and sat down in the chair facing me. Did you come here alone? She asked. Yes. The glass toy has seaweed and fish painted on it. It was filled with water and small rings of various colors. There's also a pole inside, which, to my understanding, was used to catch those rings. Kozoi pushed the button at the bottom of the case, which made the colored rings dance all over the case due to the artificial current. As you didn't recommend it, but it's Shenhe. My mommy, for real. Oh, she didn't? She is mommy. Dude, my boy in the Discord, Wiggles, I'm sure you guys have seen Wiggles. Shenhe is his #1 waifu, so if you tell him that you're stealing Shenhe from him, he'll like get mad and it might lead to conflict. So just don't say it in front of Wiggles, beware. Like I think somebody posted a picture of one of Wiggles' waifus. It might have been Shenhe. It might have been Shenhe. And then apparently they got into a fight. And because of that, the person that got into a fight with Wiggles, they left my Discord because I guess Wiggles made them angry. I don't know what happened. But all I know is that they got into a fight with Wiggles and then they left my Discord. And I'm like, what the fuck? All of this because of a freaking 2D anime character? Like, come on, guys. Stop. Oh, that's nostalgic. There was a similar toy in the beauty salon I used to visit. Huh? She pushed the button harder, trying to collect the rings on the edges, but instead ended up losing the ones she had already caught. Best Genshin waifu for real, noted. She furrowed her brows. I shifted my gaze back to my book and turned to the page about winter. My week was good. Christmas break. Oh yeah, bro. You were talking about that yesterday. You're like, I'm starting break, and I'm like, fuck, bro. We only got 1 week starting the 24th. And this week is going well, just going to work to buy Christmas presents for my family. Oh man, I already got the Christmas presents laid out. I can't tell you what presents I got them because sometimes my family watches these streams for a little bit. They'll like hide in the background. So yeah, I can't divulge the spoilers, but I got some good gifts for my family and some for some of my co-workers as well. So I'm pretty hyped about revealing what those gifts are come Christmas time. What are some gifts that you got your family, if you don't mind sharing? Or that you plan to get your family, I guess. Imagine trying to gatekeep. Man, see, that's what I don't get. Like, it's one thing if it's like your girlfriend in real life or something and you're trying to like, you know, defend the integrity of your relationship or her honor or whatever the fuck if you're defensive. But it's another thing if it's like just some anime character. Like, who the fuck cares, bro? But, you know, some people do care. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. You know, it's just... You gotta respect people's boundaries, I guess. I don't know, man. Listen, man. If somebody were to simp my waifus, I wouldn't get mad about it. I'd just be like, fuck yeah, man. Another member of the gang. Like, I know Lord. You guys have met Lord in my streams and in the Discord. Lord, he also sims Fischl, who's like my top Genshin waifu. And I'm just like, fuck yeah, I'll send him the Fischl fan art. So I'm like, yo, here we go, man. I found some hot Fischl art. And we'll share that shit with each other, you know? It's like, bro, we're a team. But other people, they get mad, they gatekeep. And it's like, bro, you could become a team. You could share fan art with each other. Don't worry about it. I had fun too. I started bleeding again. What, like a nosebleed? What's happening to you, Click? It's starting to sound scary. Is this like a COVID thing or what the hell? I found a cute picture of a long-tailed tit. What the fuck? There were 4 of them on a long tree branch. Titties grow on tree branches. They all looked like tiny white balls of fur with black spots for the eyes and beaks. The one on the far left was looking straight at the camera with his head tilted to the side. It appeared almost befuddled. To be honest, I'm not even sure yet. I want to give them something they could last long with. Maybe clothes or some accessories. Depends, to be honest. Who are you shopping for? Like, parents and siblings? And what are their interests? Like, I know for my dad, like, I could try to find him, like, a video game he'll like. For my mom, it's usually a bit harder, but usually, like, a different gift cards. Like, maybe for clothing store or something else. For my coworkers, that's, like, super hard. But what I realized for my coworkers is that everybody is stressed as fuck. So I was like, you know what? I should cater my gift to the fact that they're stressed. And I got like these lavender baskets, gift baskets that have like lotions and bath salts and stuff. Because lavender is supposed to be relaxing. And you know, girls, they kind of dig the gift set thing, I guess. I don't know. It looks kind of cute. It looked cuter in the picture maybe than it does in real life. But it's still kind of cute, so fuck it. Gotta buy some stuff for myself too, you know, bro. I bought myself things because of the Black Friday sales. And what ended up happening, spoiler alert, is when I got the bill for everything that I bought, it ended up being like an entire paycheck worth of spending. But I have no regrets. I have no regrets because I hadn't really spent money on like spoiling myself in like ever. That was like the biggest splurge of my life. So it's like, you know what? It's okay to have a splurge like this one time. It's okay. I'm good for the money. It's fine. But yeah, it was like a whole paycheck. Feeling someone's gaze on me, I looked up from the book. Why didn't you move your head? And why did you eat the bloody popcorn? What? I'm dumb. It was only 4? What? Didn't taste good. Wait, oh, he actually said his popcorn is bloody? Oh god, why are you eating it? No, Click, stop. Cause I stopped playing with her rings and was looking at me. The irises of her big eyes gave me a long, hard stare as if trying to penetrate my very soul. Is something the matter? You're weird. I had never seen irises as light in color as hers. Combined with her refined features, Kozoe's gaze appeared almost uncanny. Most people would have trouble meeting a gaze like hers. Me? Really? But I was told the same thing, that I'm weird. Who told you that? My uncle and my physics teacher. Please just say it's hot sauce on your popcorn. I'm gonna puke. Holy shit. Click, don't do this to yourself, man. Why do you do these things? I tried imagining the context where that could have happened, but nothing concrete came to mind. What do you think is weird about you? I don't know. Then what do you think is weird about me? You're like me, yet you also keep talking to me. And you have this odd, mysterious feel about you. Kozoe was a bit too forward for her own good, and her glare could occasionally be intimidating. But given her cute looks, approaching and talking to her didn't feel all that odd to me. But perhaps my trip to a faraway place had left me in a state of mild euphoria, which could have impeded my judgment. I honestly couldn't tell. There are all sorts of people in the world. I told her I wasn't that weird. Kozoe, however, seemed hesitant to believe me. Tracy, when are we gonna play Genshin, bro? You're like never free during my Genshin streams. Those Fridays, they don't seem to be working for you. As I strolled through the inner yard, escorting Kozoe outside, I spotted Nanai through the cafeteria's window. Nanai seemed deep in thought. Matter of fact, I gotta check on Emma. Emma needed help with Genshin too. I don't know if she still needs help. Last weekend I helped Emma. Nanai seemed deep in thought, staring at the surface of the table. She failed to notice me even as I approached the window. I lightly knocked on the window glass. Though initially startled, she turned to me with a smile. She made a gesture inviting me inside. As I had no other plans anyway, I entered the building through the side door and continued to the cafeteria. Stop describing it. I don't want to know. Maybe you do want to know. Inside, and I was examining a large piece of paper. I followed your advice, it did not work. What advice? Whose advice? I moved my head, now my bed is bloody. Oh god. Can't tell if this is real or if Click is trolling us. A floor plan of sorts spread out on the table, along with a bunch of pictures depicting furniture. I bought some new furniture, so I was thinking of redecorating a few rooms. I see. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the large piece of paper was the floor plan of the mansion, complete with Nanai's hand-drawn sketches of each individual room's interior. She also had the pictures of furniture aligned to each room, making the floor plan easy to understand. Some of them seem to have been taken back in their home countries, while others were shot in this very mansion. I stopped. How do you want to change it? I felt our lobby was a bit too empty, so I was thinking to place a bookcase there. And these two rooms have too much of a country atmosphere compared to the rest, so I'll make them more traditionally Western. Nanai showed me the pictures of the room. I see, and these are the new furniture. Yeah. Nanai nodded as I looked over the pictures. No, it's gotta go. Need to wash the ketchup off my hand. Alright, you go do what you gotta do. Looking forward to having you back when you're all cleaned up, Click. Do you often do this kind of redecoration? Once a year or so. It's more like a hobby of mine, to be honest. A hobby? Yeah, it's like a hobby. I'm turning this place into something closer to my ideal. What kind of ideal is that exactly? Well, in short, an old Western mansion like the ones you see in movies. The very first owner of this place was actually a Westerner, and it used to be the exact style I like. Unfortunately, the next owner thought the place felt old and dusty, so he decided to replace all the furniture with more modern stuff. Well, it wasn't particularly ugly or anything, but my mother took over the mansion before he changed everything. So now we're stuck in this weird transitional phase. I want to unify the atmosphere to match either of the two styles, and if possible, I'd prefer the original old-fashioned one. See, I mean, most of our guests are into historical things like that. Why else would they visit a place out here in the middle of nowhere? Nanai returned to her work, rearranging the pictures while mumbling to herself. Welcome back, Click. Maybe I should change the chair and the shelf in this room and place the remaining table in this one, like this. Nanai rearranged the pictures and gave me a "what do you think" kind of book. I think that sounds nice, but don't you think those tables and chairs are far too big for this room? Depending on where you place the chairs, you might have trouble opening the doors of this wardrobe. Nanai gave the floor plan another look. You have a point. I guess I can't change the tables in this room after all. What do you think about this new reading corner? Said reading corner was situated in an extra space in the lobby. It consisted of a small bookshelf, a small knee-height round table, and a largish one-seater sofa. I think it's nice, but maybe a bit too functional if you're going for atmosphere. For example, if you put a shelf against the wall in between the entrance and the corridor, use this tall writing desk instead of the small table, then put your sofa here. Don't you think it looks better that way? I rearranged her pictures. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely looking good. It's like a small study now. It makes me want to add a bit more miscellaneous fluff though, like a desk lamp and such. She pulled out an album with pictures of all sorts of decorations. You seem to be enjoying this. I am. I love stuff like this. I enjoy imagining how my guests would use them. As such, for example, this chair in the lobby is real comfortable. It's perfect for reading a book in the afternoon with some light coming in through the stained glass. It's calming enough to make you forget the passage of time and let you get immersed in your book or newspaper or whatever. F8 got on my iPad. I'll be back. God dang. But once the sun begins to set, the light falling on you from this angle will serve as a reminder of what time it is. But you already have that big clock in the lobby. It's gonna be so comfortable. You'll forget all about it. I tried to recall the last time I focused so hard on my reading that I completely blacked out the sounds of the outside world, but soon gave up and just gave her a patronizing okay. I'm serious. Well, I understand what you're trying to say, more or less. Really? She gave me a skeptical look, but her expression soon changed. Ah, that's right, you're a professional as far as design is concerned. I guess you would understand a creative spirit, she added. It wasn't me, but a friend of mine in kindergarten built a waterway in the sandbox to amuse herself. Huh? Nanai knitted her eyebrows and gave me a puzzled look. You dig a bunch of little ditches in the sandbox like a labyrinth, then use a gardening hose to fill them with water. I showed her the size of the ditches with my fingers. The ones who had to pay the water bill probably weren't too amused. I nodded. You bet. It was a sandbox behind our apartment, and the landlord was fuming when he found out what she was doing. Apparently the park behind our building was also his property, and he was responsible for water bills. Anyway, you can make tunnels, mountains, and lakes in sand like that. When I asked her why she went to such lengths for a simple game, she said she made it so that the tadpoles and water striders wouldn't be bored. I actually did spot some water striders in our waterways. Most of them flew away soon after, but one continued along the waterway, even passing under the tunnel. I think I get the picture, but I'm not sure how to feel about being compared to that. Nanai made a complex expression, smiling with her lips and eyes while also knitting her eyebrows in a display of embarrassment. I suppose so. I was thinking of using an example of a deserted island or a diorama, but chose a more unusual one instead. I'm kind of curious about that deserted island now. Oh, but that girl who made the waterways in the sand, well, she later turned out to be quite talented in the field of design. I guess that makes it better. I do admit that this place is a bit like my personal miniature garden or sandbox. I think everyone has something like that, just on a different scale. I guess so. Exactly what kind of Western mansion do you want to turn this place into? Trying to recreate the style of when this mansion was actually used as a normal residence. My mother showed me some old pictures of the place and I got totally enthralled by them. Back then though, I wasn't entirely sure what made me feel that way. How the F can I remove it? I'll remove it later. I'll watch here instead. Dang, bro. I like how even your alt has a new PFP now. Now you're Sayu. And now, I pause to think for a few moments. Well, one thing I can tell. Azure is back, bro. You missed it. Tracy came by. Now Tracy gone, I think. Come back, Tracy. Not like this. I think Click scared Tracy away. Man, you came back with a new PFP too. Why is everybody changing their PFP? I mean, back in those days, the Western design incorporated a variety of styles, sometimes mixing Renaissance, neoclassical, Vienna secession, and other approaches. I think one of the charms that got me was how it seemed to favor style over functionality. Our modern architecture copied the functional parts of Western style, but they valued artistic merit just as much as convenience. What we currently have is the result of an attempt to speedily rebuild Japan after the war, as well as make sure our cities don't fall apart during earthquakes, the epitome of efficiency and minimal costs. Smiling, Nanai snapped her fingers as I replied. That's exactly right. All this historical background is precisely what I love about old architecture. The current design of Western mansions was born as a result of the trial and error approach of various artisans who all had their own ideas about what the perfect work should look like. I grossed her out too much? Why'd you have to do it, bro? I like having Tracy around. What are your plans for tomorrow, GU? Bro, what? Bro, I literally gave my stream schedule on YouTube and Discord. What do you mean, what are my plans for tomorrow? Well, I thought I was gonna go to a Japanese restaurant today. Didn't go. Ended up doing chores and then taking a nap. And now I'm streaming. I thought I was gonna go to the Albanian restaurant tomorrow. But now I have to build a bookshelf. And I still have to wrap gifts. So I don't know. Probably just gonna build a bookshelf tomorrow, get a haircut, and do my stream. When you stand in an old room like that, you cannot help but feel the anxiety and anticipation of the early modern age. However, just as you said, these kinds of mansions stopped being built after the war, giving way for more functional structures. Our cities took a completely different shape compared to what those artists of old envisioned. It's like the war had made our paths diverge. So when I'm in a place like this, I get this sense of being abandoned by time, a vague and poignant emptiness similar to watching dinosaur bones in a museum. The strong and deep emotions of old have seeped into the very walls of such places, silently drifting in the air all around people like us, ignorant of time. Anyway, This feeling is precisely what draws me to antiques. I imagine that must have been pretty hard to understand. Sorry. No, I think I can empathize with that on some level. Everything's falling apart. What are you talking about? Was that nap good? Not really. No, it wasn't a good nap. Like, I had to swap pillows because my pillow was giving me neck pain, and I think I was overheating because, like, my house is very hot, and then I had the blanket, and it gets really hot in the middle of the day. It was very uncomfortable. Kind of just blurted out whatever popped into my mind, so I'm glad it ended up making some iota of sense. It's a complex feeling, but I think I've experienced it myself. Nice. I obviously didn't think about it that deeply as a child, but the feeling I got when I saw those pictures was something similar, I think. I was seeing it for the first time, yet for some reason I felt somewhat nostalgic and lonely. What PFP are you gonna use? Damn, bro. I guess I've liked complex feelings like that ever since I was young. Anyway, I ended up going off on a tangent there, but basically I want to turn this mansion into the kind of place that gives me the same kind of feeling as those pictures. I'm not one for flattery, but I like this place. Thanks. I try, she added with a smile. But it definitely doesn't feel complete yet. There's still a bunch of rooms that feel like they could use some work, especially when you compare them to those pictures. Atmosphere is not easy to recreate. Yeah. After all, it's usually the unique sensitivities of the age that translate into peculiarities of design. Perhaps it is impossible to perfectly recreate it to begin with. However, if I wait for the place to age naturally, I'll end up 6 feet under before I achieve anything I'm satisfied with. So you're planning to do as much as you can do for now? Yep, and I answered, flashing a happy smile. Anyway, will you help me on this? Now that you've heard my story and everything? Sure. To the best of my abilities, at least. I sat down in the chair facing Nanai. She too lowered herself into a nearby seat. We spent some time discussing the layout of the rooms in the mansion. We kept rearranging pictures and sketching new plans. We exchanged ideas, nodded to each other, or shook our heads. Whenever there was a prolonged period of silence, Nanai would start humming a song under her breath. A song that most people had likely heard at one point in their lives. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but the more she repeated that one phrase, why does Mary only ever have sheep? Huh? I guess that's just the first thing that came to the mind of whoever wrote it. Now that you ask, I wonder who Mary even is. She's a girl with a sheep, a character in some western folktale. The song was actually from a folktale? Mary Sawyer takes a sheep to the school, which causes a commotion. Seriously? I always thought Mary was the name of the sheep. If that was the case, you'd end up with a sheep owning a sheep. I guess so, that's why I thought it was weird. I guess I'm stupid, and I chuckled to herself. I couldn't help chuckling myself. I bet Auntie doesn't know either. Let's tell her later. I feel like she would know. I wouldn't be so sure about that. And I returned her eyes to the pictures and resumed her work. I started moving my hands as well. I think this is about it. Didn't take us long, as Nanai had already more or less decided what she wanted from her lobby and 2 rooms before I came. Okay, so we first have to actually set up the furniture and see things for ourselves before we can come to a decision, Nanai uttered under her breath. When will that be? It's still a ways off. Some of the furniture hasn't even been delivered yet. I'd love to do it right away, but what can you do? Nanai began clearing the pictures and drafts from the table. I stuffed the writing utensils in a case I found lying around. I see. Nanai thanked me as I handed her the case. I can definitely tell you're a professional. I think those rooms are going to look real awesome now. I'm glad to have been of help, and it was more fun to do it together. I'll prepare you something great for dinner as a token of my appreciation. That sounds nice. Nanai stretched her back and walked off toward the counter, saying she'll make some more coffee. I leaned back against the chair while seeing her off. I suddenly felt my body become heavy. Chico. I felt like someone had just called out to me. Opening my eyes, I saw Nanai right in front of me. There are 2 cups of steaming coffee on the table. Did you get tired? Seems that way. I've been feeling kind of easily fatigued lately. I brought the cup closer to my chest, letting the smell of the coffee dispel some of my drowsiness. Are you having enough rest? Yes. I see. If there's a problem with the room or something, don't hesitate to tell me. Thanks. But I like that room. There are no problems as far as I'm aware. I swirled the coffee in the cup a little before taking a sip. I felt its bitterness spread across my tongue. By the way, have you spoken with Auntie since then? Huh? No, why? Last time I spoke to her was when I went to her underground room with Kozue and Narasaki. At least I didn't remember talking to her ever since then. She was asking about you, so I wondered if maybe something happened. Nothing did as far as I'm aware. I remember this one time I was doing a all-nighter this summer with 3 of my friends, and it was like 2 AM and we were playing for the whole day since 10 or something. I was trying to drink Gatorade, but I ended up spilling it. I was like half asleep. Bro, you're always half asleep. You're half asleep when you type that you love XYZ. You're half asleep when you're drinking Gatorade. Like, I don't know what it is with you, bro. Moral of the story, you don't drink Gatorade when you're tired. Damn. Then I returned her eyes to the pictures and began doing something again. Well, Auntie looks like she has her head in the clouds, but she's actually extremely sharp. I lost something a few times, and when I had already given up on seeing them ever again, she just found them right away after hearing a few clues. I don't know why, but when the locals around here have problems, they tend to go to her for advice. If you've got something on your mind, you can try talking to her. I recall the laid-back air Lily had about her when we met her. I had to admit she did feel like someone you could rely on. I see you trust her quite a bit. Haha, I'll just trust her vast life experience. I'll make sure to talk to her if I find myself troubled by something. Please do. She's a good listener. Now that I think about it, maybe she just wants to speak to someone new, which perfectly explains her interest in you. As we finished our coffee, and I stood up and collected all the materials we piled up on the corner of the table. I think I'll go start preparing dinner. Do you have any other plans for today? No. Would you like me to help you with the cooking? No need. You're a guest here, Sachiko. You should relax. I was tired. I spilled all over my bed. I didn't want to end the all-nighter. Damn. But me and my other friend sadly got caught and had to sleep. Damn. We left the cafeteria to get our party ways in the lobby. How did you get caught? Did people not know you were doing an all-nighter? I thought this would have been like something that you had planned with your parents or whoever. I heard a knock on the door. It's me. I'm coming in. I sat up in bed just as someone entered the room. The person closed the door and turned around to face me. Something wrong? I looked at her face, narrowing my eyes. Narasaki? Are you still half asleep? That's strange. I thought I locked the door. Narasaki made a puzzled expression and tried the knob again. Well, it certainly wasn't locked, unless I'm strong enough to break the door without noticing it. Are you already going to sleep? If that's the case, I'll go find something else to do. It's okay. I thought it was too early to sleep anyway. I'd rather not wake up in the middle of the night later. Okay then. Narasaki sat down in the chair at the end of the room, right next to the window. Same one she used when we played chess. I feel like I've already had a conversation like this with someone before. We were in VC, not IRL. Dude, what kind of fucking all-nighter is that? I thought this was a sleepover. Never plan it, answer is always no. What? Not with me, I hope. Narasaki shrugged her shoulders. For some reason, even an exaggerated emotion like that looked natural when she did it. Oh, that's right. Kozue came to my room during the afternoon. She brought this book with her. I imagine it was a bird encyclopedia. Oh, here it is. Narasaki picked up the book from the table. So she really did look for it. I'll have to thank her later. I nodded. Just as I figured, it was something Narasaki asked of her. What were you doing today? I went to watch the lake early in the morning. Then I looked something up in the library until noon, and then I guess I played house for a while. Played house? I was almost sure I had misheard. Narasaki made a meaningful smile. Well, what were you doing then? I was working. Working? Tried climbing out of bed, but Narasaki said there was no need. As I was hesitating, Narasaki handed me the cardigan from the chair. I took it from her and placed it over my shoulders. So what was that you said about work? Told Narasaki about how I helped Nanaya redesign her rooms. A miniature garden, huh? I love stuff like that too. Really? A while back I played a game where you were the mayor and had to build a new town. It was pretty cool. I know that one. Takako liked these kinds of games too. You build houses, roads, museums, and so on. It took me forever until I figured out how the electricity plant worked. But figuring things out is the part you love, no? Ah, yeah, that's right. There was an odd pause in her answer. I felt like her easygoing attitude wavered for a barely perceptible moment. However, I couldn't quite ask her about it in a way that made sense, so I had no choice but to change the subject. Have you spoken to Lily since then? I had a chat with her while you were sleeping at the end of the corridor. I see. Why are you asking? And I told me to talk to her if I ever had something on my mind. Narasaki seems to fall deep in thought. I feel like everyone's been worrying about me ever since I came here. I wonder if I come off as strange. You don't need to worry about being a little strange. Everyone's strange in their own way. It's what makes us unique. We're not manufactured in a factory, you know? And why is it always me? Everyone's more or less strange, but some are better at hiding it than others. They do it unconsciously, though. Well, I can imagine reading the mood and not standing out, but isn't it a problem when you can't act normal even when you try? I'm not trying to make everyone worry about me. Arasaki lightly shook her head. I'd say you're actually better at that than most, but right now you're tired and it's not working as well as usual. I let out a sigh. Is there anything in particular bothering you? I remembered what I was thinking about in bed before Narasaki came. I was mulling over what you said about the structure of my hallucinations. You mean how you forgot all about the funeral and the date of the trip? Yes. The way I created an alternate office in my head so I could trick myself into thinking Takako was still around. I'm not the kind of person who usually dwells on her past, so I thought I wouldn't have made up such a ridiculous story, but after our conversations, I began wondering if I couldn't have done it without my knowledge. I'm not sure how to explain it, but I did something creative today for the first time in a long while, and it was really fun. And I seemed to be having fun too. So I asked her why. She said it was fun to imagine how someone would sit in the same chair we were located to the lobby, and I found myself agreeing. I paused there. I hadn't really collected my thoughts just yet. I need an adult. I'm here for you, Click. You mean like imagining Takako sitting in that chair? Yes. I do it during work too, but even in the past I kept imagining similar things as I read books. So the fact I came up with an alternate office in my head wasn't all that strange either. You said there was a reason for it. I did. It might just be that I wanted to meet Takako again, even if it was through a farce. So you're saying you made up Takako just like that lobby's design? That was the idea. I guess that's possible. I pulled out one hand from under the sheets and showed Narasaki my palm and knuckles. When you're creating something, you imagine people seeing and using it. You have to judge it from various perspectives. You imagine where it's going to be and how it's going to be used, and then you start thinking from the viewpoint of those people watching or using it. Both Takako and I loved imagining such things, and that's why we chose this kind of field of work. I see. You two did have pretty active imaginations. I wouldn't be surprised if yours worked to serve one of your unconscious cravings. What happened to your character? He's chilling, bro. What do you mean? That's what I've been thinking after designing the rooms with Nanai. An unconscious craving, huh? However, you should know that it stops being unconscious the moment you acknowledge it. If anything, my character is better than usual, right? Usually it spazzes out more. Takako's situation. There's no reason why you should keep seeing her. Yes, what's your opinion about that? Narasaki slumped in the chair and crossed her legs. Her index finger and thumb were on her chin, indicating that she was deep in thought. I think you're on the right track. Don't you find it a bit too simple, though? Depends on how you feel about it. Remember that it's all inside you. Makes sense at the very least. Narasaki pulled out her usual notebook from her pocket, placed it on the table, and flipped it open. Is there anything in particular bothering you? She asked, taking out her pen. I suppose the explanation makes sense, but then what about the hallucination I saw the night you came? As I've said before, you don't get cured overnight. Have you seen anything else since then? No, that was the only one since coming here. No, it's just up and down sometimes. Oh, I see that now. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh my god, it's doing that a lot. To be honest, I think my avatar is possessed. I don't know. I haven't had that since coming here either. Could it have been a result of the stress caused by her hallucinations? I don't know, but that sounds like a solid guess. Narasaki placed the pen on the table with an audible bump. She quickly picked it up again, surprised by the sound she herself had caused. Anything else? Those are the only things bothering me. Other than that, and I've said this before, I feel unusually exhausted and sleep a lot. They say your brain arranges information in your head as you sleep. Maybe it's related to the fact that you're on your way to getting better. Or perhaps you simply don't get enough sleep at night. For example, you keep thinking about these things in bed instead of sleeping. In any case, I don't think you should pay it too much mind. You're on vacation. You can sleep as much as you want. I could sleep as much as I wanted. I suppose so. Narasaki made a gentle smile as I said that. Suddenly I felt an odd sense of discomfort, reminiscent of a tiny drop of water falling on my head. I have a feeling I'll be able to sleep well today. Thanks for hearing me out. I'm asleep, see you in 15 minutes. Alright, see you in 15 minutes, click. It's no problem. I mean, that's what I came here for. I thought back on that sense of discomfort from just a moment ago. I realized why I felt that, because Narasaki's smile seemed somehow different from the way she usually smiled back at the clinic. You going to sleep? It was still early, and talking made my drowsiness go away. I felt like talking a bit more. No, I'll stay awake for a while longer. Okay. Narasaki smiled. And we shifted the subject to the interpretation of dreams. Do you have these kinds of dreams a lot? Narasaki asked. Yeah, I tend to dream of places I've never been to before. I also have episodes from my actual past sometimes. I'd love to hear about your other dreams, provided you can still remember them. Well, you know how dreams are. I barely remember anything. Oh, that's fine. Just tell me what you can remember. I told Narasaki about what I dreamed about recently. She kept taking notes in her notebook. She didn't write down everything, though. At times, she simply listened. That's about it. I told her everything I could remember. Narasaki was still writing something in her notebook. Our conversation came to an end around the time the clock struck 10. I thanked Narasaki again. However, she once again said it was no problem at all, then left the room. I turned off the lights and closed my eyes. For the first time in a long while, I fell asleep right away. I had a dream of my past again. The sand in the sandbox was powder-like, as though it was delivered here straight from the beach. I could spot pink and white pieces of shells mixed into it. Takako overturned her water-filled bucket. As the sand absorbed the water and changed color, she scooped up a handful and put it on top of her mountain. It reached all the way up to her belly button. This should be good enough. Let's make a tunnel next. Start digging from that side. Takako started digging without waiting for my reply. The sand was still wet and showed no signs of crumbling away, even when I dug a hole in it. I continued digging until my hand passed through it and touched something soft. Haha. Takako tried to catch my hand, so I pulled it away. What would you do if I said I wasn't Azure? Wow. Who are you then? I have to connect it properly so it can pass through. What can pass through? We made both our holes wider and strengthened their walls with more wet sand. We're gonna make a water channel pass through this. I'll go bring the water hose once we can make a place for waterfall here. Oh, I know what I would do. If you're not Azure, I would tell you to get on your real account and please sub to me. Bro, whoever you are, go to your actual account and sub to Nico GU. We're trying to reach 1,000 subs. Relax, I'll make sure they don't find out. We'll continue working in silence. Oh, that's quite a mountain there. And I see you've even made a tunnel. Oh, Miss Nurse. The kindergarten nurse came to check on us. She wore an apron with pink tulips embroidered on it. What are you making? Right now, a waterway. Oh, but you can't fill the sandbox with water. Relax, I'll make sure they don't find out. Takako continued working in silence. Said the nurse. The chilly air in the room woke me up earlier than usual. I went out for a walk to kill some time before breakfast and ran into Lily as she kept sweeping the leaves off the path in front of the entrance. Morning. Good morning. Today's pretty chilly, isn't it? Indeed. The college should be clear up by noon though, so it'll get warmer then. There's a big bamboo basket filled with leaves by the entrance. Cleaning up must be a pain during this season. Certainly is, answered Lily, smiling. Aren't you officially closed right now though? Oh, this is just a part of my daily routine. Besides, it's good exercise. I see. I saw Lily brush the leaves into the dustpan, so I brought the bucket over to her. She looked up and thanked me. As the leaves were safely delivered to the basket, Lily gave me a hard look. Have you been sleeping well? She pointed at the area below her eyes. Haha, perhaps I've been enjoying myself a little too much. It's good to be active, but don't overdo it. A gust of wind swept across the yard. It turned into a kind of minor whirlwind, sweeping dust into the air. Though Lily pressed the leaves she had collected down with her broom, some of them nonetheless flew up into the sky. Oh my, she said, watching them fly off. I spent the time until breakfast talking with Lily and helping her with her chores. I heard a high-pitched voice next to me. Can you hear me? Yes. The person that voice belonged to had her pale eyes fixed on me. I looked around, having just been pulled out from the darkness of deep thought. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? Are you going senile? A beam of light fell directly onto the table, illuminating the tiny piece of dust on it. I was surrounded by countless books, almost as many as there were stars in the sky. A cute, pale-haired girl was looking at me. I got lost in thought. I do that too, but never in front of people. You're absolutely right, I'm sorry about that. I was asking what kind of children's games you were talking about. From the tone of her voice, I could tell she wasn't really upset. Like playing in the sandbox or with dolls? So many years did you spend playing with those things? We were talking about children my age. I mean, it all started when you asked me if I played like other kids my age. Hearing that, I finally recalled some of our conversation. Kozue stared at me with suspicious eyes. Well, you can ask your classmates about that. Kozue leaned against her chair. This might sound surprising, but I don't actually know anyone well enough to start asking questions like that in class. And I'm not planning on making new friends either. Why? Too much effort. Why do you feel that way? I'm not interested in what they're talking about. And what are they talking about? Boys usually talk about video games, while girls discuss TV and idols. Sometimes they go to karaoke and events or whatever. And you never felt like joining them? If they invited me, I'd refuse. Me being there would only sour the mood. Something happened, don't think you want to know? So don't tell us. You can keep that. You can keep it to yourself. Jiu, what would you do if you found a box that said "Don't open"? Would you open it? I would not open it. She has a point. She's just like me, for real. You don't have to reject them. It could turn out to be pretty fun once you actually try it. I don't watch TV, so I wouldn't be able to follow their conversations anyway. Kozue was talking much faster than usual. While she seemed concerned by the subject to an extent, she obviously had reservations about discussing it in a public place like this. While I tried to come up with a way to change the subject, Kozue let out a brief sigh. How did we even start talking about this anyway? We were discussing various ways of relaxation, and that developed into a conversation about hobbies and such. Yeah. You were so out of it I almost thought you'd forgotten. Look, I do feel bad about it, okay? Well, fine, as long as you're aware of it. Relaxation, she mumbled under her breath. Reading books and looking things up would probably fall into that category for me. Everyone's different. So what I'm doing right now is like a game to me. Everyone's playing anyway. Playing is a playing. There should be a dictionary around here if you want the exact definition. I mean, we're in a library. Kozue raised her face and looked at all the shelves surrounding her. I don't know where the dictionaries are. Wanna go look? I placed my hand on the armrest. I'll do that. Kozue stood up and promptly disappeared into the library's sea of shelves. Well then, I stood up and headed in the opposite direction. There was a library map by the counter. Kozue looked like she wanted to compete at who would find the dictionary first. As I walked between the shelves of large books and textbooks looking for the Japanese dictionary, I spotted Kozue on the second floor. She waved at me with a book in hand. I returned to the desk. Kozue descended the stairs with the dictionary safely in her grasp. Gotta go, need to log in on Discord on my iPad. Alright, looking forward to having you back later, click. You were fast. I recalled spotting it back when I was looking for your bird encyclopedia. I see. Kozue placed the book, which looked somewhat too large to be comfortably held in her hands, on the table and flipped it open. She found a page with the entry on play. When intelligent animals, people included, engage in an activity for the sake of recreation and self-satisfaction, rather than a serious or practical purpose. It doesn't include activities that are performed out of necessity rather than personal desire, such as sleeping or hunting for survival. Kozue read the entry aloud. For the sake of recreation and self-satisfaction rather than a serious or practical purpose. Kozue mumbled that bit under her nose. Does your research give you satisfaction? I'd say that's an accurate enough description, Kozue answered, slightly tilting her head. In that case, what you're doing here is playing. Kozue frowned in a display of discontent. It's a bit more vague than I thought. Really? If satisfaction is the only thing that defines playing, then everything in the world can be a game. I was hoping to see some actual criteria that could definitively separate playing from not playing. I've said this before, but it's different for everyone. Any activity can be considered playing, as long as it gives you that kind of mental benefit. Kozue's small, graceful hands closed the book. Are you satisfied? Well, I guess so. Did you already know what we'd find in the book? Yeah, it was close to what I expected. After all, it's close to my field. Now I feel like I wasted my time. Hey, no need to get upset. Is it just me or did Jiu's voice change? I mean, I'm holding the mic a bit closer and a bit differently, so I don't know if that influences it. Kozue looked up a few more words in the dictionary, jotted something down in her notes, then went to the second floor to return the book. I remembered something just now, she said as she came back. When I was little, I used to play with a penguin slide a lot. It was this big and ran on batteries. It consisted of an ice mountain, a slide, and a tunnel running through it. Mechanized penguins would climb up the mountain, then slide down. Anyway, you could basically repeat the whole thing over and over again. She showed the size of the penguins and how they moved with her hands. I can still remember it. These penguins were all of different colors and would always slide down one after the other in the same order. I really liked the black one and watched him most of the time. I never grew tired of it. Just looking at the thing filled me with satisfaction. The only thing you could do with that toy is look at it? Yes. I wonder why I liked it that much. She narrowed her eyes, swallowing in thought for a moment. Well, for starters, it looked cute, which caught your attention. Then you probably enjoyed imagining how the mechanism worked, or gave the penguins various roles and personalities in your mind. You really liked it, didn't you? I added. Yes. Did you still have it? I don't know. It ran out of batteries one day, and I think I forgot all about it. I see. I wonder where it is now. Now I feel nostalgic after remembering it. I hope nobody threw it away or something. Can you resend the Discord code? Why? Do you have a new Discord? What the heck? No. Actually, wait, it did? Is this the actual GU? This ain't the real GU. What was wrong with my voice that you didn't like? We exchanged a few words over that time, but didn't talk about anything particularly significant. As the library grew dark, Kozue cleared up her tools and left. I figured I could accompany her until the tunnel. The embroidery of water lilies on Kozue's back swayed to the rhythm of her steps as she traversed the stone path that wasn't designed with her short legs in mind. That's a cute bag. I made it in my industrial art class. She glanced at the bag herself. You made it yourself? You're very talented. I wanted to add more decorations, but I didn't have the time. You like sewing? Kozue took another 3 steps forward in silence. Not really. I guess I like it more than the rest of my classes, though. I see. I suddenly remembered what Sachiko told me about one of her classes. Takako apparently caught a sparrow in a trap box she designed. It was only slightly bigger than your palm and had a latch that could lock and unlock it. Fake GU. They didn't have specific instructions, but everyone was provided with plans of bookshelves and drawers, which turned out to be the basis for evaluation. Needless to say, Takako's grades weren't the greatest that semester. Okay, so it's not just me. According to Sachiko, this was quite unusual for her, as she did have a talent for engineering. Takako caught the sparrow on the day she brought the trap box back home. Apparently, sparrows would often fly into her houses at the time. Takako figured they must have been attracted to the dried up rice that would sometimes accumulate near their rice cooker. When she noticed the bird in her house again, she swiftly closed all the windows and doors and chased it all over the room with an insect net until she eventually caught it and put it in the box. Sachiko got angry at Takako for stuffing the animal into a cramped box with no windows, telling her to consider how she herself would feel if she were in the bird's position. However, the sparrow didn't spend long in the trap. Are you okay, GU? Honestly, I don't think I sound different. I don't know what you guys are on about. Takako's mother came back home when Takako was away playing, and as soon as she heard some peculiar sounds coming from inside the box, she found the bird and let it go. Takako complained to her mother when she returned, but got scolded instead. Unless maybe there's like a tech issue that I'm unaware of. I don't know. Let me unmute the stream and mute my mic instead. I think my voice sounds fine when I was listening to my stream just now. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are on about. The sparrow did not return to her house ever again. According to Takako, a whole bunch of sparrows used to frequent their kitchen in the past, but not a single one had come since then. She wondered if they actually had some sort of means to convey information between each other. We left the premises of the mansion before I even realized it. I turned around to look at it from the road leading to the tunnel. I was lying down, yeah. By the way, have you spoken to Lily yet? And now I'm sitting up again. I figured Kozue wouldn't be interested in the story, so I brought up something else. They're planning to meet an architect or whatnot. Not yet. You don't feel comfortable talking to her? It's not like that. Lily enjoys talking. I'm sure she'd be happy if you visited her. I glanced at Kozue, but she showed no reaction, so I continued. Oh right, she told me a scary story the other day. Did you know that a person went missing at this mansion? No. I wonder if she tricked me. No wonder? I've never seen more than 2 people working there to begin with. Right, Kozo gave me a suspicious look as I said that. I want to lie down. I'm tired, bro. You sounded more squeaky? What the fuck? Much like last time, I said my farewells to her as we exited the tunnel. She nodded and made her way down the slope. Is that how people sound when they lay down? Squeaky? I heard something that sounded like the laugh of a child as I was reading a book in my room. I looked out the window to see 2 children playing with the snow. They disappeared behind a row of trees, leaving behind only a set of footprints. I didn't feel like going back to the book. The snow sparkled vividly in the warm sun. I felt like finding someone and having a conversation anyone would do. As I was putting on my sweater, I spotted an encyclopedia on the table. For a moment, I was confused by the unfamiliar book, but I soon remembered it to be the one Kozue brought me. I recalled my conversation with Narasaki from yesterday. I wonder if she forgot it. I considered returning it to the library, but instead decided to personally hand it to Narasaki. With that in mind, I placed the book in my handbag. There are 2 clicks in the Discord. That's fine. I'll give the second click the same roles that the first click has. Anime Night and Genshin Europe. As I was walking through the mansion, I realized something was odd. It was a distortion of sorts. Although the windows on the first and second floors all opened to the same area, they gave me different views. From the first floor, I saw the port town and the mountains, while the second floor windows gave me a view of the inner yard, which was supposed to be on the other side. The number of rooms and windows didn't seem to add up either, while the ceiling seemed to rise higher and sink lower depending on my location. Could this have been a result of the renovation, or was the place always designed like this? I wonder what could have led to this. Even after exploring all 3 floors, I ran into no one. In the end, I went outside, letting the chilly air bite at my exposed cheeks. I couldn't see a soul around. The children had probably moved on to somewhere else. Snow had piled up quite high around the area of the fence. I could still see the footsteps on it. I followed them, only to realize they were leading to the inner yard. Oh, there you are. I finally found you. I heard a voice as I was about to open the door leading to the east wing. The nice wooden sandals clinked against the stone road. You weren't in your room, so I was looking for you. I guess you came outside. Yes, my eyes got tired after reading for too long, so I went out for a walk. I see. Would you like to accompany me to the bath right now? It's the open-air bath I've mentioned before. Right now? It's still noon. Taking a bath in the middle of the day feels all sorts of luxurious, no? I like it, personally. It's almost like you're talking about a drink. Well, that's not so far off the mark. Sounds interesting. I'll go get dressed then. Alright. I'll be waiting at the cafeteria. I felt an odd sense of discomfort in the back of my mind as I opened the door. What's wrong? Asked Nanai. I think I wanted to ask you about something. About what? I was pretty sure I wanted to confirm something with her, but I couldn't quite remember it. I forgot. Don't hesitate to ask whenever you remember it, said Nanai as I gave up and entered the mansion. We walked along the mountain stream nearby to the waterfall we'd seen earlier. We'll have to walk for a bit, but it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Oh, I don't mind. Figured I could do with some more exercise anyway. The mountain path was wide enough for us to walk next to each other. I heard the cry of a bulbul from somewhere. I looked up to see the mountain with stretches of yellow and red above the treetops. I quickened my pace so I wouldn't fall behind. A tiny stream serenely tricked down the gentle slope. I spotted a familiar vegetable by it. Isn't that dropwort? Yeah, but some of those are poisonous. Poisonous? How do you tell them apart? Poisonous ones have a subterranean stem, like mushrooms. The traces are visible to the naked eye, provided you look hard enough. Guess it's already the season of the 7 herbs, huh? Isn't it a bit early? You can already find them in the mountains. At least the shepherd's purse and the henbit. How about we pick some on our way back? I can make tempura with them later. It sounds nice. Eating Cheetos? That don't sound healthy. Don't do it, bro. I spotted what would look like a big cave at the end of the road. Are we passing through this? Yeah. Scared of the dark? Not really. The surrounding shrubbery prevented me from making it out from a distance, but as we drew closer to the entrance, I realized there was no cave at all, but a brick tunnel. It looked pretty old, the cracks on its walls grown over by the greenery. I'm not scared of the dark, but inside I couldn't see further than 5 meters at most. Anything further in looked like it was painted over by black ink. There seemed to be cables leading inside. I spotted something that looked like the remains of a lamp, the string of which probably continued into the tunnel. Still, it looked pretty evident that none of these things had been in working order for years. How long is it? I'd say about 60 meters or so. Nai's wooden sandals scraped against the sand covering ground. I followed her, sensing the light behind me grow more and more distant. When we reached the area I couldn't see from the entrance, the darkness grew even thicker. If it wasn't enough, the sounds within the tunnel suddenly felt amplified too. This used to be an old railway. There are tracks under the sand, so be careful not to trip. At this point, I couldn't even see the walls. I no longer had any idea how wide this place was. Better hold my hand, said Nanai before completely disappearing from sight. I clasped the hand she extended toward me. Looking behind, I saw a thin patch of white light in the distance where the entrance was, but it got displaced to the right the further we walked, eventually disappearing completely. I looked ahead to realize I couldn't even see my own hand. Are you okay? Tell me if I'm going too fast. Okay. I occasionally heard her voice, our footsteps, and the sound of dripping water. but they all reverberated across the tunnel in a way that made me completely lose my sense of distance. I can't tell where we're going at all. We won't hit a wall, will we? We're following the railroad track, so we won't hit anything. Besides, I've been through this tunnel a million times. I remember the correct path. I stepped on something and staggered a little. I'm impressed you can walk here just like that. Haha, I'm used to it. I've been playing in these parts since I was little. That said, I can't say I've been to a darker place. What kind of games could you play in a place like this? Well, you know, hide and seek. Here? Yeah. You've got to be real good to find someone in here. Gio making me yawn too? Should I just end stream? Are you guys bored of me? Not really. I was more scared of being found. When you're a kid, you get real serious about these things, so eventually, having it find you becomes really terrifying. Or is that just me? It might be just you. You crouch down somewhere between the sensor and the wall, then before long, you hear footsteps approaching. The louder they get, the closer you know it is searching for you along the walls with a stick or something. And if you're lucky, those footsteps pass right by you as you wait there, holding your breath. Have you actually been found here before? Yeah, and quite a number of times too. There's a time when the it let out a loud scream right as they passed by me, and that scared me so much I started screaming myself. Then this other time, I waited until it passed, and as I relaxed and started moving, another it that stayed behind found me. They synced their footsteps so I couldn't tell them apart as they approached. I start crying if any of those happen to me. Anyway, that's why you're desperate not to be found out. You can't breathe when someone's passing by you. Even your heartbeat and the flow of your blood feel too loud. The trick is to think you're a stone, or another railroad track, or staying on the wall. You've got to become one with your surroundings. You've got to believe you don't exist at all. Ugh, your game is seriously scary. Yeah. One time I actually fell asleep. Or maybe I really ended up believing I didn't exist, but it was like I suddenly regained consciousness after losing track of time. And for a while I couldn't tell who I was. I couldn't see my limbs or anything in the dark. I don't think I even realized I had my eyes. I eventually ended up staggering out of the tunnel. My mind is empty as ever. Only once I saw myself in the evening sun, along with all the familiar trees, streams, and the library in the distance, did I remember who I was. As you can imagine, I hurried home right away. I could have sworn I saw some white mist in the darkness. Upon close inspection, I spotted her crouching and I surrounded by it. We passed by her, and here's the exit. I saw light in the distance. It grew bigger and bigger with each of your steps. The raindrops in the ceiling sparkled in the light like stars. I could make out a hand holding mine in the darkness. Its long, warm fingers felt somewhat nostalgic. As I let go of her hand, Takako turned to me. What's wrong? The countless stars of the Milky Way extended across the sky. The Seventh Cross shone almost blindingly in the distance. I don't know. I felt odd for a moment. Takako let out a laugh. I could hear the soughing of waves somewhere behind me. Yo, knew I forgot something? Jack, how could you forget this of all things? Not like this. We're already 3.5 hours in. Everybody was asking where you were. They were like, bro, Jack usually shows up to these. But what's going on, Jack? How's your week been? How's your weekend going? Free drink? Yeah, it happens once a month. Wait, oh. Yeah, every month. Oh, I glimpsed this go live. I meant to go watch. Then I was like, what was I supposed to do again? Wait, what? Damn. We still have a whole day left here, so maybe it's about time we return to our cottage. I followed Takako's gaze to see a long, shallow bridge leading to a cottage above the cobalt blue sea sparkling in the moonlight. I'm going alright? That's pretty good. You missed the whole arc where Click is having a nosebleed and dying. You also missed Click telling us that education in Norway is pretty bad because the kids don't act right. They give the teachers anxiety. And you missed me being very confused about this game. Because, like, they had a whole ghost scene earlier in Chapter 4. We're still in Chapter 4. They had a whole ghost scene, and I was like, what the fuck was that about? What was... I was trying to guess that maybe there's a connection between that ghost story that was being told and the whole thing that we're seeing in the tips where like Narasaki or whoever got transported to like another dimension where she saw Sachiko and Takako. Yeah, so I don't know, this game is just becoming a lot more unusual. So yeah, you missed that. It's very good for your health, never lost blood. Did you get jump scared? I didn't get jump scared, but I'm just like, dude, what the fuck is happening? It didn't make sense. The red text came out of nowhere, I must say. Like, I still didn't finish a sentence. I think I was behind like a half a sentence. And then it just came out of nowhere. And I was bewildered. Instead of getting jump scared, I was just like, bro, I didn't get to finish my fucking sentence. I think I was more just like disappointed that it just went on without me. I was like, can I at least finish my sentence before you pop out of nowhere? Like, damn. Oh man, that was funny though. Now let's sleep together. I can make out black hair and black eyes reflected in Takako's pupils. You're planning to sleep in the dream? Oh yeah, also, you missed, Narasaki's talking a lot about, like, dream psychology. So she was all like, oh, you're on a bus, that means you don't have, like, control of things, and... oh, you're dreaming of a different location, that means you're not satisfied with where you currently are in life. And I was just like, oh, well... all of that sounds fucking interesting. Because, like, I had a dream just today where I was, like, dreaming that I was in Japan, but, like, an unfamiliar area of Japan, since I've never been to Japan. But supposedly it was supposed to be Japan. And I was just like, man, that's proof that I just don't want to be here. I'd rather be anywhere else, maybe Japan. I'm planning to sleep in the dream. Someone took my arm from behind and jerked me back. I heard the sound of a foot kicking up dirt. Are you okay, Sachiko? As my hand was pulled, I thought I saw red hair for a moment. Narasaki's voice lingered in my ears. I'm okay. My arm hurt, and I supported my weight in the blinding darkness. What happened? It came so out of nowhere I almost fell with you. I'm sorry. The exit's just a few steps away. The hot springs had a simple dressing room. There were 2 sinks with a hairdryer next to each. As I found a hanger and I hung my coat on it, Nanai handed me a towel. You can use this to wash yourself. Thanks. I took it off her hands. You can soak it in water if you want, but Auntie might get angry if you do. I know how this works. It's okay. Nanai folded her clothes and put them in the basket. She then finally took off her pendant, placing it on top of them. Noticing my gaze, she said it was just a protective charm. It was a simple silver cylinder attached to a chain. Nanai entered the bathroom ahead of me. I also folded my clothes and put them in the basket, then followed Nanai through the door that turned out to be barely holding onto its hinges. Wait, what? It's a national dish not in Norway? They were on 3 baths in total, all surrounded by rocks and located at different levels of elevation, reminding me of terraced paddy fields. I stepped into the one in the middle, as it was closest to the entrance. Oh, is this an onsen scene? Phew. My limbs, having grown cold without me even realizing, gradually began to warm up in the hot water. Oh, I didn't think there'd be any more left. Nanai scooped up a small yellow leaf between her thumb and index finger. I could see countless tiny stars sparkle upon the transparent surface of the water. The branches of the surrounding trees extended above the hot springs. Okay. Pause. Speaking of stars, one of the teachers that I work with, she said that from wherever she lives, because she doesn't live in the same city as me, she like commutes to work, like a long commute. She said that wherever she lives, when it's like nighttime, she could actually see the stars, and she said that she could even see Venus. And I'm like, bro, what? Sounds pretty cool. It sure warms you up. If you'd prefer something hotter, you can try the bath 1 step higher. It's closer to the source. I'm fine right here. The hot springs at the top seem to be a simple one as well. Its water is translucent and odorless. Okay then. In that case, come over here. She pointed at a spot in the shadow of one of the branches, opposite of where I sat. If you look to the left, you can see the library, right there by the mountain. See? She followed her finger to see a canopy of countless trees swaying in the wind. I can make out the library dome amidst that sea of greenery. Found it? You can even see the whole town from this vantage point. The pale mountains in the distance almost melted into the boundless blue of the sky. I could make out the contours of a small port town at the foot of the slope. That's quite a view. Almost no one knows about this spot. I can pretty much have it all for myself. I won 200 kroners on a lottery. Bruh, just get a good and get a job. Maybe we'll be even more broke by then. I hate you so much. What? You won 200 kroners today? Isn't that like the same amount of kroners that your friends owe you? It's like the lottery just gave you back the kroners that your friends owe you. I actually recommend blood pancakes. They're pretty good. Ew, no. The hot springs here are also of the rare carbonated kind. Apparently they loosen your blood vessels and help with high blood pressure, heart disease, and other circulatory problems. Oh, that's interesting. Look, you can even see the bubbles near your skin. And I stroked her arm, causing little bubbles around it to burst. You really do know everything about this area. Well, of course I do. I've lived here my whole life. You're like the witch of the forest. I might be a witch, but I'm no old crone. I'm as old as I look. So, you're a wicked witch then? No, I'm a good witch, like Samantha. Are you sure you're not older than you look? Hahaha. There weren't any kids my age around here. So my mom and auntie took me out for picnics a lot. We went gathering wild vegetables too, like hisui. Yep, you'd be just as knowledgeable about plants and birds if you lived here. I wonder about that. Your surroundings naturally seep into you before you know it. At times, I honestly feel like we're all just products of our environment. Like mirrors that reflect only parts of the world around them. And I pause, seemingly searching for the right words. The only things that differ between said mirrors are their size, shape, and the direction they're facing. What about colors or the condition of the glass, like stains and cracks? Yeah, that too. And so, you're only a warped reflection of your surroundings and the people around you. Maybe that's true. I wonder what the shape of your mirror is. I'm sure it's shaped like this mountain, or the forest, or my mansion. As I've said, I pretty much grew up living and breathing this place. I feel like I can see the forest and the mansion much better than when I'm with you. Thanks. What do you think your mirror is shaped like? Mine? I guess it's hard to figure out something like that about yourself, and then I added as I fall all silent. A small red star danced through the air and landed on Nanai's head. Noticing my gaze, she placed a hand on her head and picked up a leaf. I didn't notice at all. She let out a hearty laugh. Like you said, I didn't live a particularly introspective life. But if there's one thing I've always had my eyes on, it's my childhood friend. Oh, that sounds romantic. I wonder. I think I've already told you, but that person is no longer here. I'm not sure how to put it, but I'm still jealous in a sense. I wish I could have met your friend. Another leaf landed on Nanai's head. You know, I just realized something. What? Why didn't you bring a flashlight into that tunnel? I thought it'd be more fun that way. Heh, should have known. Phew, that sure was nice. Let's hurry home before we catch a cold. And I stepped out of the dressing room while I was gazing at a big maple tree. Wrong way. And I stopped me just as I started in the direction we had come from. Let's go back through a different route. She began walking the opposite direction. I followed her. This alternate route down the mountain had a small safety fence, but I wasn't sure how helpful that would be once you actually tripped. I looked over the fence and through some branches saw a glimpse of the mansion's roof in the distance. Then I took out a green candy from her sleeve and popped it into her mouth. Here. She offered me a red candy. I'm fine. Okay then. And I put the red candy into her mouth. I heard her bite through it. You like candies? Yeah, I guess. You had some with you when we went to the waterfall too. I get hungry easily. You're hungry? This is my emergency fuel. Think of it as coals in a steam engine. Are your teeth okay? I've never been to a dentist in my life. I guess my parents didn't love me very much. Do you mean that story about oral bacteria transmitted by the mother causing bad teeth? I never believed that. I don't know about that, but it's true that my mother didn't pay much attention to me when I was little. I'm not sure how to explain it, but she was kind of unable to pay attention to multiple things at the same time. When she focuses on her work, she'd forget to sleep, eat, and pretty much everything else. The same rule applied to the people she loved. When I was little, she had someone more important than me. You don't love your mother? Never really gave it that much thought. I don't know, it just felt normal to me. But I did feel a bit jealous when they looked happy together. I think that's still better than forcing yourself on others, at least. Yeah. I think I understood that back then, too. I heard her chew through another candy. Wait a second. Then I leaned over the fence to the right and plucked out some plant. Let's go. What was that? Here. She showed me a long stem with many small leaves on it. Oh, a shepherd's purse. Yep, found it right away. Luck seems to be with us today. She put it in the basket she carried. She took it from the dressing room of the bathhouse, and with that, we continued down the road. Can you find any other vegetables here? Dropboards and henbits grow here in droves. If you see something that looks edible, tell me. I'll give them a look so we don't poison ourselves. Okay. We came out onto a wide, even road. It grew brighter as the trees thinned out. By the time the scale roof of the mansion disappeared from view, our basket had been filled to the brim not only with dropboards and henbits, but shiitake and oyster mushrooms as well. We certainly managed to pick a lot. I didn't have high hopes, but I guess you can still find them if you look hard enough. Did you just admit that it really was too early in the season for them? Come on, all's well that ends well, you know? We came by a stone irrigation channel, a sign that we were getting closer to home. I spotted a familiar vegetable near my feet, right under the leaves. Isn't that butterbur? Oh, it totally is, but it's still pretty small. Can't we eat it? It's not a good idea to eat them when they're this small. Gotta be patient until they grow bigger over the winter. Jiu, I love you so much. Bro, where is this coming from? I'll go wash the dirt off our plunder. Give me a moment. She descended the stone steps and, leaning over the edge, immersed the entire basket in water. Why do you know that? What? Yeah, why do you know that, Cliff? The dirt was swept away just as it liquid, traveling toward the mansion. It stings. When I continued to wash the vegetables with her bare hands, I spotted an odd branch covered in bundles of white hair. What is this? You never answered if you hate me, so I got to the ignore phase. Wait, if who hates who? In fact, why do you know that? You're my top priority, I love you so much. That's sus, Azure. What if crayons did a live stream right now? Then what? I think your top priority would change. What is this? Ah, it's a pussy willow. And I lifted her face while remaining seated. Huh. She broke the willow tree branch in half and ascended the stairs. Here you go. I took one of the resulting branches from her. You like pussy willow trees? I think I do. I touched the hairy bundle, finding it just as soft as its appearance would suggest. Azure, yes, out of the hate zone. I like them too. My mother used to keep a branch in our room at all times. I didn't get why she refused to pick more colorful looking flowers, but now I myself lean toward this kind of aesthetic. Simple aesthetic. Oh, my right hand has gotten all red. Let's hurry home, okay? I would watch 100. Wait, watch who? You didn't specify. You would watch crayons instead? You would abandon us? Then I started down the road. We were so close to the mansion that I could no longer see the entirety of its building. The high wall of the east wing filled the entirety of my vision. I turned around and saw a mountain covered in lush greenery. Above it drifted a huge cloud, looking almost like a vast layer of snow. We might be getting snow tonight. And I turned to me before I knew it. You think it's going to pile up? Yeah, it's definitely that kind of cloud over there. Type B blood taste. What? Why are you? No, why are you talking about this? Let's go back and warm ourselves. Okay. Yeah, I would watch his stream. Damn. You'd abandon us. I see, Azure, I see. Auntie always complains when I use oil in the main kitchen. Let's do this in the annex. The annex was connected to the east wing with a roofed corridor. While the main east wing was built out of plaster and bricks, the annex was more like a traditional Japanese building. Nanai unlocked the door and slid the partition window open. The relatively wide entrance was circular in shape. The ground base in front of the door was made of stone and had some wooden flooring above it. You can leave your shoes there. Nanai swiftly set out her shoes, using only her heels as the basket occupied her hands. She then stepped inside. I took my shoes off and followed Nanai as the wooden floor creaked under my steps. The corridor was too narrow to walk side by side, but it took only a few steps to reach the stairs. I looked up, but it was too dark to see anything. Oh yeah, Auntie gave me a bottle of some pretty good alcohol as a present the other day. Can you handle sake? Yes. Nanai slid open the partition door on the opposite end of the stairs. Go ahead. I entered the room. Nanai followed closely behind me, but quickly disappeared behind another half partition. Have a seat and relax. The room was about 15 square meters in terms of size, and its window gave a view of a bamboo forest and some red wildflowers that could have been peonies. Aside from a dining table and a wardrobe, I also spotted 3 lights under the shell-like lamp shade. What kind of room is this? Genshin Lyra is so hard, I swear. What's Lyra? I picked up the 2 futons I noticed in the corner of the room, placed them on both ends of the table, and sat down on one. The thick fabric was well dried and didn't hurt my legs at all. This is the maid's room, but these days I'm the only one that occasionally uses it. I heard her voice from beyond the partition. Through the somewhat darkened partition, I could partially see a kitchen. Oh, could you turn on the heater for me? Nanai addressed me from the kitchen while massaging her tired legs. I reached out to the heater standing next to me and flipped its switch. The thing made a crackling sound before its bright orange flame lit up behind the metal grate. I turned it on, thanks. Yeah, I did ask what it is. Is that... Yeah, I don't know what it is. Bro, do I need to look it up? Is it? That sounds like Venti's Lyra in the beginning of the game where you had to steal it. Yeah, it's Venti's thing, right? It's a Windsong gadget. Is this an event that I didn't do? Is this a current event? I don't think I ever did this. I also don't know if I want to do it. Even though I did like some of the music events, I'm seeing this one has a lot of icons, and that intimidates me. Two plates of freshly made tempura along with 2 bowls of miso soup rested on the table. The wild mountain vegetable leaves Nanai used for the dish were crispy at the edges but green in the middle. You could still obtain the Lyra? No, bruh. What do you mean, though? The whole dish seems to have just the right amount of crispiness. Meanwhile, the miso soup contained the rest of the vegetables we gathered. Apart from the shepherd's purse, the shiitake mushrooms and the carrots, I could taste the leaves and stems of a few other plants. It's in the Mondstadt jewelry shop. Jewelry shop? I have to buy it? I don't think I ever purchased it. Sorry for making you wait. Nanai appeared from the kitchen holding a bottle. Seems like I made a bit less than I thought. It's enough for me, but if you want to make more, I'll help. Nah, we still have dinner ahead of us, so I'll use the rest of the vegetables for that. Here you go. She filled the transparent glass with sake and handed it to me. After staring at it for a few moments, I tilted the glass against my mouth. A cool sensation extended across my throat. It's like water. Tasty and easy to drink, right? It's my favorite brand from Yamagata. And I took a sip from her own glass after taking a bite of shiitake tempura. Meanwhile, I gulped down the remains of my drink. Want some more? And I raised the bottle when she saw me empty my glass. After a second or two of hesitation, I held out my glass in front of her. I love cake pops. I like how cake pops taste, but they're very expensive for what you get. Because I think they're usually like $4 each, and then you can eat it in one bite. So it doesn't make sense. Why would I pay $4 for something I can eat in one bite? I took another gulp and let out a small breath. I noticed an eye staring at me. I thought your hair was black as the darkness in that tunnel, but your eyes seem to be just like that too. Mine are not as dark. I really like black eyes, you know, and black hair. There's no shortage of that in Japan. Then I placed her crossed arms on the table. Leaning against it, her face drew closer to mine as a result. When I go overseas, I see lots and lots of different eyes. Light blue, emerald, ruby. I think they're all nice, and I even feel jealous at times, but colorful things all depend on the mood, don't you think? Like, blue eyes can look somewhat creepy when they sparkle in the sun, stuff like that. So in the end, I feel like that black is actually the best color. It doesn't stand out, but it's stable, and you don't need to worry about scaring people with it. I tried concentrating my gaze on Nanai's eyes, but realized I couldn't. Like, imagine you're feeling down, then someone with colorful eyes like that stares at you. Wouldn't you feel a little anxious? I'm not sure. I wonder if it's because my eyes are not dark enough. Nanai straightened her posture and filled up another glass with a drink. I felt like the lights were blinking in the room. Or was it just me blinking in slow motion? Is it okay if I close my eyes for a little? Sure. Are you sleepy? Want to return to your room? I'm fine. I just want to close my eyes for a bit. Bro, cake pop and Starbucks, that shit is the good life. Like, I'd be going out to McDonald's for $1 iced coffee, like what the F? Dang, dude. They should be charging you $7 for a caramel mocha latte? I know, right? I leaned against the bed behind my back and rested my head against it. Its cool wooden texture felt as though it was whisking away my consciousness. Soon enough, I couldn't feel anything. I could hear the cry of cicadas around me. The hot, humid air. Oh, I skipped that, my bad. A row of large trees extending in front of me. They reminded me of cheddars, but their leaves are flat and big. There was a green fence behind them, and beyond that fence there was a wide, deep ditch. I couldn't see the bottom from here, but I could tell there was a river, roughly 5 meters deep, running through it. The park was shaped like a shortcake, situated between the ditch and the road. Said the road had a slide connecting to a jungle gym. Some swings, a tire half buried in the ground, and a sandbox. I wonder if this is another dream. I took a deep breath, letting the familiar scent of soil fill my nostrils. I looked up to see the sky covered in white mist that made the sunlight appear a pale hue of pink or yellow, depending on the location. 2 children suddenly rushed by my feet. A girl with a ponytail and another with long, straight black hair. Let's catch some cicadas today. The one who gets the most wins. Bro. Little Sachiko kinda cute too, bro. No thanks. I'd rather play with my doll. Ponytail girl was holding hands with the black-haired one, while also carrying an insect net. Meanwhile, the black-haired girl was holding a doll in her free hand. You can borrow my net. Here. I don't like bugs. It's easy. Look, there's a cicada right there. I'll show you how this works. The young Takako pulled me by the hand to a large tree. She readied the net with her mouth wide open. Hey, kya! The insect flew away, avoiding Takako's net as she swung it downward. I felt something touch my face. I'm leaving. Black-haired girl began walking toward the park exit, wiping her face with the back of her hand. Hey. Wait, I just had a bit of bad luck there. Tucker was still looking for the escaped cicada, turned around with a panicked expression and chased after the girl. However, as she did so, a sizable dragonfly flew right across her face. It's a golden ring dragonfly. She chased after the dragonfly, swinging the insect net in its direction. Glancing down, I spotted something on the ground. I picked it up and brushed the dirt off it. It was the doll the black-haired girl had with her. I knew it well. Hey. I cut Sakako, who was about to pass by me in her relentless chase after the dragonfly by the shoulder. Whoa. Your friend dropped this. You should bring it to her. Oh, that's Sachi's doll. I raised my head, making the blanket slide down my shoulders. I had a faint recollection of its light purple color and rose embroidery. I must have dozed off at the table. The sound of running water stopped. You awake? Nanai's voice came from the kitchen. Thirsty? I looked at Nanai to see her wiping her hands with a towel. No, I'm okay. How long did I sleep? About an hour, I guess. The light reaching me through the bamboo blinds illuminated her hand in orange. I'm sorry, I meant to help you wash the dishes. It's okay. I could see countless snowflakes dancing in the sky through the window behind Nanai's back, piling up on the bamboo fence. You look pale. It's gotten pretty cold, so maybe one blanket wasn't enough. Nanai came closer to me and checked my temperature with the back of her hand. Phew. You don't seem to have a fever, at least. Might be because of how much I drank. It's been a while for me. Tried to stand up, but realized that my neck was numb. The world began to spin around me. I lowered my head before the numbness extended across my entire body. It's okay, just got a little dizzy from making a sudden move. As my vision returned to normal, I realized I was leaning against Nanai's shoulder. Well, maybe you should lie down for a bit. I'm okay. More importantly, I remembered the dream I just had. What kind of dream? Memory from my youth. I was hunting cicadas in a park. You? Got forced into it by a friend. Did you catch any? I went home before that could happen, but then my friend came to my house the next day with a big dragonfly in the basket to apologize. She said she'd give it to me if I forgave her. And did you? No way, I mean, if she had brought a flower or something. But then she said she'd get something even better for me. I had to try pretty hard to stifle my smile. Sounds like a weird kid. You're telling me. She never listened to others. So you didn't make up that day? We did. I told her I didn't need any other bugs. But then she tried to open the basket with the dragonfly right there in front of me, saying she'll give it to me anyway. In the end, I ended up promising to forgive her if she didn't open the basket anywhere near me. You made it up like that? Yes. You know, you were both pretty weird. When I smiled. I shrugged and smiled myself. I've been having dreams of my past quite frequently as of late. I glanced at the snow outside the window. Maybe it's because this place reminds me of my old home. I've heard that having dreams is a result of your brain organizing things it experienced during the day. Maybe it came upon an old album as it stored the tunnel, the hot springs, the pussy willow, and the rest of your experiences from earlier today. It's sort of becoming a recurring thing at this point, though. Maybe there's something you want to remember. Maybe. A small rectangular mirror is hung up on the wall in front of me. I could see myself in it, leaning on the table with one hand. Was the insect girl from your dream the same one that went with you to Italy? Yes. So you knew each other since childhood? Yes. I wish I had a friend like that. You didn't? Barely any kids live in a middle of nowhere place like this. Even in my class at school, there were only a handful of kids my age. And they all moved away as soon as they graduated too. Apparently it's too boring here. Not a single one of them ever came back? Nope. It must be a lot of fun living in the city. I don't know. I imagine most of them have become too busy to even consider things like that. Although it all depends on the person, of course. Well, I might have said I wished for a friend like that, but it doesn't mean I'm lonely out here. I never had a soulmate like you, so this is pretty much the norm for me. I see. Besides, I can enjoy nature to my heart's content. I'm not bored. And then I picked up the cup of cold tea from the table and gulped it down. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's boring here either. I'm having lots of fun too. I'm going back to Tokyo in a few days, right? Any plans once you've arrived? I'll still have 1 day's worth of vacation time left, so I'll do some cleaning and head to work the next day. How about extending your stay here? She looked at me with the teacup still in her hand. Why not try working here with me? Auntie would look after us both like a real mother, I can guarantee that. But I don't know anything about your job. It's no big deal, we don't get that many guests anyway. You could only help with cleaning at first, and that'd be enough. The butterberry you found will be in season to eat in a couple of weeks. I'd love to make you something with it. And in the spring, the entire forest will be in bloom. You have no idea how amazing the road to the hot springs looks during that time of the year. I guess I should bring a lunchbox with me then. There's another road down the mountain that goes right through the blooming trees. We can have lunch on the field by the river. I glanced at the calendar hanging next to the mirror. It all sounds very appealing, but I'm afraid I can't do that. I like my current job, and we were the ones who established that office to begin with. I see. I heard footsteps in the corridor. I think you're having those dreams because of your old girlfriend. You're feeling lonely on your own and want to return to the past. Perhaps. I don't think I've ever had dreams of my past, but I see lucid dreams a lot. Have you seen any? Your brother punched your nose? That's not good. I shook my head. Well, they're mostly like regular dreams, except you retain your full consciousness. You can basically do whatever you want in them. Can you tell me about any specific examples? Yeah. Oh boy, what's this? What's this, bro? Jack didn't tell me the scenes were gonna get this interesting. And I staggered to her feet and slowly lowered herself onto me. I ended up being pinned under her on the ground. I don't know if you're a bit thick or if you're just pretending, so I'll say it outright. I think I'm in love with you? Bro. I think Sachiko a bit thick, bro. Nanai's face was right in front of me, though her eyes seemed to be having trouble focusing on anything. Are you drunk? I am. Enough to blame this on the alcohol? A small sigh escaped through her teeth. I think we're a good match. As a couple, I mean. How? You're pretty stubborn and don't let others push you around. And those around you don't mind that part of you at all. I mean this in a positive way. It's because you have a strong character, but at the same time, one could also call you selfish. Your set of values is so rigid, others usually have to concede and go along with you. And I'm good at that. I don't get it. What didn't you get? That you're stubborn? Or that I'm good at going along with others? The reason why you think we're a good match. And I smile happily. That's what's good about you. What I like about you. By the way, do you remember that man I was talking to in the yard the other day? He's been doing that job for over 10 years now. I guess you could call him a tax collector of sorts. Although we only pay him our fuel and light expenses. Anyway, he's part of the countryside infrastructure. It's apparently a very stable and secure job too. He makes his rounds every day, visiting the same houses, collecting the same amount of money. I once asked him if it was fun doing the same thing over and over again. It was more of a comment than a question on my part. I asked him if he ever travels overseas for a change of pace and whatnot, but he told me he didn't have a passport, never had one, and that his job wasn't really all that boring to him. Over a decade, he has gradually learned how to drive from one house to another more efficiently, how to talk to customers, and so on. He's apparently able to squeeze enjoyment out of all those minuscule changes. I was really surprised. How can one enjoy such a monotone life? He only goes in circles, stuck in the same place forever. I couldn't imagine anything more terrible. Did you tell him that? No, even I wouldn't go that far. Can't say such a thing like that in the countryside. Well, I don't know if it's any different in the city. Anyway, it's not good to be too direct out here in the country. People like keeping everything on ambiguous terms. It's like our society is a puzzle board, and people are the pieces. It only works when they all fit perfectly together. But that can't happen if you're too much of an individual. Inside, everyone's completely different. Some might be like gelatinous amoeba, while others can take the shape of a star with rigid edges. So for everyone to fit together, we need an escape where we can be ourselves. And that's a hobby. Did that make any sense? Well, I feel like I understood the part about the countryside anyway. Phew, anyway, I digress. Alright, this will make sense later, but we were talking about how we were compatible, so in connection with what I started, there was another more personal reason why I never told him what I thought. Can you tell what it was? A difference in your values? Yeah. How did you figure it out? There are many reasons why one wouldn't fully reveal their thoughts to another person, but you mentioned it was a personal reason, so I nodded. That guy is the oldest son of a local farmer, so he'll have to take over that business eventually. As such, how can I, a person without parents, responsibilities, or any strings attached, tell him what to do with his life? I might have ended up bringing a whole heap of trouble on his family if I accidentally convinced him. Well, people in the city are tied down by their responsibilities just the same. I see, that makes things easier. It all comes down to your values, the set of beliefs I have as a free person, and the values of those that have to support their families are entirely too different. It's impossible for two people like that to communicate honestly, and neither would they understand the other even if they tried. The way you see the world depends on your environment and position in society. We're all pieces in the puzzle called society. Exactly. Anyway, I keep digressing, but I'm almost done. The reason we are perfect for each other is because of how our values work. I've kept thinking about this ever since I met you. And I hesitated for a second, drawing her face back with her eyes closed. Your emotions are very faint, have you noticed that? When you're happy, sad, or angry, not like I've ever seen you angry, but even when you talk about Takako, I can't see any sorrow in you. It's like you impersonally report the facts with little to no subjectivity. And? Could it be that you didn't even cry when Takako passed away? She paused there. I kept silent, so she ended up opening her mouth again. You're free to get angry at me, but I feel your conception of loss is completely different from other people's. It's not something most people would understand, and I imagine it makes life pretty tough to live. Smiling, the night went on. But you've got nothing to worry about. This is what it all comes down to. I think your perception of the world will be in perfect harmony with mine. I can adapt myself to any person. I mean, I was brought up here in the mountains. I've watched plants, animals, and just nature in general my whole life. If you get too close to a hornet's nest, you'll get stung. If you eat a poisonous mushroom, you'll end up in bed with a stomachache. You can't climb or jump down a steep cliff. There's no room for negotiation in nature. They all have their sets of values, rigid as stone, and all I can do is respect them and adapt. That's the way I live. Even if you're right about me, it doesn't necessarily mean I particularly want to be understood or have anyone adapt to my lifestyle. Don't you ever want to share your thoughts with someone? I looked away from the Nai's honest, passionate eyes. I'm happy about your feelings, but to be honest, I don't think I'll ever get Takako out of my mind. I don't mind. Bro, why? Why? Bro, why did it show her on top of Sachiko for only like a half a second? That's not fair, Jack. Is it gonna go back? Bro. Nanai raised her upper body, took out a band from her sleeve, and fastened her hair into twin tails. Even I'm surprised by how strongly I feel about you. I don't care if I have to be a replacement for somebody else. The way she smiled down at me from above reminded me of Takako. I think it'd be better for you too. The thoughts you never voice are no different from thoughts that don't exist. They make you anxious. If you continue being like that, you'll end up vanishing yourself. You can think all you want, but feelings without a target are hardly different from feelings that don't exist at all. She, with her face reminiscent of Takako's, gazed deeply into my eyes, eager for an answer. We can start our lives anew. Now is the perfect opportunity for us both. The face of the woman in front of me kept flickering back and forth between Takako's and Nanai's. In that case, feelings can exist as long as they're conveyed properly, right? I felt like I heard someone's voice. It sounded like Narasaki's. Right. I was thinking of asking Nanai about Narasaki back when I met her in front of the back door. However, this was definitely not the right time to ask. I leaned against my elbow and sat up, forcing Nanai to get off me. I'll think about it. I see. And I fell silent and looked away for a moment as though thinking about something. Okay, think about it. I still feel kind of drunk. I think I'll go outside to cool down a little. Alright. Bro. We finally get some action. And this is how it ends. How deep are we into chapter 4? I don't know. But we're 4 hours into stream, and I kind of want to end. So I could, you know, rest a little before anime night. I was hoping to end, you know, upon reaching chapter 5, but I don't know how deep we are in here. Maybe Jack could tell us. How close are we to chapter 5? Because we also have to read the tips. We unlocked like some new tips in the middle of the chapter. Why are you guys still talking about blood? Like, I've been watching the whole time and just ignoring it since it doesn't concern me, but like, I think the chapter's ending pretty soon. I mean, it should be, right? Because I think we've gotten through a lot. Huh. You know what? I'm still gonna leave it here for now. I'll leave it here. We'll look at the tips and then we'll continue next week. Because this looks like a good stopping point anyway. I think it'll be good if we start with Narasaki next week. That's my inclination. Alright, let's read these tips. Oh wait, why'd I go to chapter instead? I'm dumb, that's why. Are we in tips 2 now? Bruh. What distinguishes tips 1 from tips 2? I guess we're about to find out. Maybe it's a different character perspective? I'm gonna go eat, and for when you end stream, then I might be back for anime night. Anyways, bye guys. Alright, mister. Have a nice night, bud. Eat well. Enjoy your meal. I was on my way to Tokyo to pick up furniture for my mansion from a friend. I had 2 good friends in high school, and one of them would donate her furniture to my place from time to time. She established herself as the president of the hotel business in the capital, being the most successful one out of the 3 of us. Yesterday, she told me over the phone how she decided to close a few of her hotels and sell off the land. According to her, the decision wasn't made due to the business struggling. In fact, she bought that land expecting its value to skyrocket so she could sell it off at a higher price. Long story short, she now had some extra furniture she didn't know what to do with. She sent a portion of the furniture to her other places and sold off some others at an auction, but she still had a lot left and didn't feel like throwing everything away. Besides, donating them to someone was cheaper than disposal anyway. It made her remember that I ran an inn, so she decided to contact me. We both came from a small village in the mountains. Most of it consisted of rice paddy fields and traditional Japanese buildings with thatched roofs that you could rarely find anymore in this day and age. Besides that, only lush green mountains surrounded the area. It was the very definition of the word countryside. As such, the majority of my childhood memories were of flowing rivers, singing birds, and the fresh smell of rice fields. I heard the chirping of birds as I got off the train, but as I looked around trying to find them, I only saw a tall pole with a speaker on top. I descended the stairs thinking that people in the city were weird. My friend had always been obsessed with success, so she ended up choosing a famous university in the capital. At first I was worried about her. As to why, well, there was never really anything about her that made her stand out in school. Even her grades were all average. I imagined city people as a competition-driven group that would do anything for money, so I wasn't sure how a country lamb like her could possibly survive in a sea of such sharks. However, she ended up being much more capable than I gave her credit for, and got herself as opening multiple hotels, and got as far as opening multiple hotels and inns all over the area all by herself. In retrospect, perhaps her ability not to stand out in the country was just another manifestation of her shrewdness in life. I never suspected her to have an interest in running businesses, although she was always the one who'd collect money from us to pay for the bill whenever we went out to eat. She was never a part of any group of authority in school, like a student council or something similar, but now that I thought about it, she would always find a way to keep the discussion going once all the others had run out of ideas or energy. It was interesting how talent would sometimes manifest in the least expected places, although you could only ever notice that in retrospect. As for me, I remained in our hometown and still lived there. You gonna shower? Enjoy your shower, Azure. As I left the station, I climbed onto the back seat of the first taxi I spotted and told the driver the address of the hotel. The driver raised a white gloved hand in a sign of understanding. I leaned back in my seat and recalled the last time I visited her hotel. She bought some ancient building with a bunch of old furniture and gave it a makeover. The result was the hotel. I wasn't sure if they'd fit my place, but I did have my eye on a few specific things. As such, I promised her to board the Shinkansen from Kansai to Tokyo first thing in the early morning the next day. I looked up at a tall building I saw through the window. It was my third time in Tokyo. Most of the time, I just head straight to the international airport by train, so it's pretty new for me to actually be driven through the city in a taxi. I could feel the driver staring at me through the rear view mirror, so I decided not to fidget too much. When I reached the hotel, I found her in the lobby. She was talking on the phone. She drew the phone away from her ear for a moment, and before I could open my mouth said, "If there's anything that piques your interest, put this sticker on it." Back on the train, I mentally ran through multiple simulations of how our conversation would go, but it seemed like I was only wasting my time. But that was so like her. Following her instructions, I spent the rest of the time walking around and putting stickers with my name on them, on things I liked. Turning around, I saw all sorts of furniture with my stickers on them. It reminded me of a property seizure scene I once saw in a movie. Some of the things I wanted were already gone, but I still got my hands on quite a number of nice articles. One of the antiques I grew particularly fond of was a moss green one-seater sofa of English design. After about an hour, I returned to the lobby to look for my friend. I spotted her walking through the main entrance. She seemed to be on her way somewhere, accompanied by a person wearing an expensive suit. "You're already done?" "Yeah." "Did you find anything?" "Found quite a few things I could use. It's definitely worth the trip." "Glad to hear that." "Are you going somewhere?" "Yes, I have some urgent businesses to take care of. I don't think I'll be back by sunset." "I see." "Sorry for having you come all this way, Anne. It's okay." "Work doesn't wait. I'll come again some other time to thank you for this." She made a warm smile upon hearing me say that. It was at least 3 times more dazzling than the one I remembered from our school days. We're actually going to pass by the station on the way. We could drop you off there if you want. That'd help me save some cash on the taxi. Thanks. I spotted a luxurious looking black car parked by the side of the road as we left the hotel. We both climbed onto the back seat. The interior smelled brand new. I looked out the window as the car began to move. I might have come from the country, but even I knew this was a luxurious German car that must have cost a fortune to buy and maintain. As I was wondering whether she would be filing a purchase of this caliber under taxable or non-taxable expenditure, she suddenly asked me how I felt about the city. It took me a few moments to realize the meaning of her question. It's quite different from home. I was really surprised by that random bird song speaker at the station. Oh, those are for the visually handicapped. I gave her a confused look. You might have noticed how they were all set up by the stairs. I reddened, realizing I had the wrong idea all along. It's been quite a while since I've been back home, she remarked, changing the subject upon noticing my distress. We spent the few minutes it took to get to the station discussing the country. As we reached our destination, I stepped out of the car and thanked her. I glanced at my watch as the car rolled away. I had nothing to do for the rest of the day. When is the anime thing? In 2 hours. Less than 2 hours, like an hour and 45 minutes. Heaving a sigh, I ventured into the Nakano shopping district with the intention of grabbing something for lunch. After walking around for a while, I found myself attracted to a melon bread shop and a ramen restaurant. However, I felt like melon bread alone would not be enough. While the ramen seemed like it was made using bland soy sauce for the base, then I remembered how there was an excellent ramen shop in Ueno. I showed the not so good animes. I showed only the best animes. I couldn't quite remember how to get there, but I had plenty of time to spare, so I hopped on a train at Nakano Station that headed in Ueno's general direction. I'm from Europe? Word, bro. I changed to the Yamanote line at Shinjuku, and reached my destination with far less difficulty than I had expected. It was already past 1 o'clock, but I still managed to get into the shop without having to wait in a line. With no one to talk to while I ate, I ended up reminiscing about the last time I'd been here. I ate here with the other one of those 2 friends I mentioned. At the time, she wanted to go to the nearby zoo. It was 2 o'clock when I left the restaurant. I had reserved a seat on the night train, but seeing how it was a weekday, I probably would have found an open seat on any random train at this hour. However, my original plan was to spend the night drinking with my friend while reminiscing about the old days, then use all my remaining energy to catch the last train and sleep until I was home. I felt a need to use all this pent-up energy. Besides, I was in a good mood after getting my hands on all that great furniture for free. I decided to go to the zoo. I thought it'd be empty at this hour, but I was wrong. There was a middle-aged man with a camera looking at birds. I also found an old man gazing at the elephants. I ran into a whole family on the Penguin Mountain. Each corner had at least one person strolling around. One man was drinking beer in front of the beer cage. At first glance, I didn't spot anything inside, so I stopped and began looking for the bear that was supposedly there. Its cage was on a lower level compared to me, with some rocks, a lake, and a large tree in the middle. I circled around the cage, but I still couldn't find the bear. Perhaps the caretakers took it somewhere else. The bear might have needed a medical checkup, or had to be taught some tricks to entertain the audience, or maybe it needed to be washed at some other facility. I stole a glance at the man sitting on a bench drinking beer. He was absent-mindedly gazing in my direction. I couldn't imagine what he was doing there in front of an empty cage. Although, I figured he could have said the same thing about me. When I reached the small animal corner, I realized I was going through the zoo in the exact same order as before. There were hundreds of potential routes one could have picked. I remembered how adamant my friend was about seeing an anteater, so we pretty much combed the entire place looking for it. I was following the exact same route now. I stood in front of the anteater's cage. It was still in the same place, a building separated from visitors by a glass wall. There was a sign with the word anteater written on it, and white ink dangling in front of the cage. Found it, I said while she was looking somewhere else. You did? She cheerfully hurried to my side. Where is it? She lined up next to me. I don't think it's here right now. No way, this cannot be. She dropped her shoulders. When I asked her why she wanted to see it so much, she told me its hands looked cute when it tried to walk on its hind legs. She wanted to see the real thing ever since she saw it in a picture. And indeed, there was a picture of an anteater on its hind legs in front of the cage too. It seems to do that when it's angry, I told her as I read the explanation. That's what's good about it. I very much doubted the anteater would have agreed with that. I pulled myself back to reality and gave the cage a good look. There was no sight of the anteater this time either. I felt like I could now understand her disappointment. Someone else came to the cage while I was still lingering in front of it. I decided to make it look like I was looking for an animal before I'd hastily leave. However, as I shook my head in front of the cage, a man walked up next to me and began taking pictures of it. Confused, I peered into the cage again, but no matter where I looked, I still couldn't see any animals. Next, I looked at the man. Wearing a polo shirt, he seemed to be lost in his own world while taking pictures. Excuse me, could you tell me what you're taking pictures of? I had to ask, otherwise this would have kept me up all night. Maybe there's something wrong with my head that made me unable to perceive anteaters in the real world. Besides, I hated the feeling of regret that came after letting certain opportunities slip past you. The man looked at me and made a friendly smile. I'm in need of some scenery pictures. I'm not here to photograph animals, he added. Scenery pictures? Still somewhat puzzled, I ended up parroting his words. Have you seen a red panda in a attack stance? Cutest shit ever? I have not. Are you gonna post one in the Discord? I'm designing something that's supposed to recreate the world of animals living in their cages. It's called habitat reproduction, and I'm collecting samples for it right now. He stopped taking pictures and explained everything to me in a friendly manner. I see. It wasn't anything special after all. Now that I thought about it, being unable to see anteaters probably wasn't a very realistic disease anyway. If that even warranted any thought. That is a miniature South American tropical rainforest inside that cage. Even the sounds and the temperature are being emulated. Now that he mentioned it, this room was indeed unnaturally warm, and I could even hear the sound of monkeys and birds through the speakers. I see, I said, feeling impressed. Animals feel more at home this way, and the audience too has a chance to learn more about actual tropical conditions. That's pretty elaborate. I'll pay more attention to the scenery from now on. You do that. I guarantee it'll be more fun that way. After parting from the man, I followed his suggestion and began scrutinizing the environment of the other cages. I thought they all had similar plants inside them, but as I took a closer look, I realized that almost every cage has something different. What surprised me was that none of them were merely models or imitations, but real actual plants that the zoo staff must have been growing. I found a lot of plants I had never seen before. I didn't realize it, but this place could have easily doubled as a botanic garden. They must have cared for their animals quite a bit. A branch quivered in a tall cage inside the bird corner. I spotted a big owl. I turned to the signboard for help, but it listed a whole bunch of different predatory birds along with their illustrations, and I couldn't immediately find the one I had just seen. The signboard had information about their names, natural habitat, and the method of their hunting. I stared into the round eyes of the bird. I had a feeling it was staring back at me. I wondered if it could remember its old forest. Although from the way it motionlessly stared at me, it didn't seem like it was having any such thoughts. Now that I thought about it, she was also quite interested in birds. Back when we lived together in that mansion up in the mountains, we would observe different types every season. She would find all sorts of birds and tell me their names. I remember how we'd all look for them in the forest after hearing their chirping. During one of our walks, I asked her the names of every single bird we spotted. She ended up mentioning over 30 species. I myself only recognized 2 or 3, but I could still remember over half of the names she kept repeating. I pulled myself back to reality again. The owl was still staring at me. I guess the zoo helped me remember my past at least. It's actually a very interesting observation about the zoo, because I kind of felt the same way she did. I felt like all the plants in the cages or whatever in the sort of displays, I guess, looked the same. But maybe I kind of feel like going to the zoo again and like observing the scenery more closely now that she said that, and seeing the differences among the plants. Like, shit. That was somewhat inspirational. Alright guys, since we're like 4.5 hours in, and that's like a lot, so I guess we're gonna leave here for today. It's been a pleasure chatting with all of you. I know most of our friends have left for food or showers and miscellaneous things, so I don't know who's left, but arigato gozaimasu for stopping by, guys, and hanging out. Tomorrow we should be streaming Ender Lilies, so look forward to that. And we'll continue with Seabed next Saturday at the same time. Hope to see you guys tomorrow or next weekend. Eat well, sleep well, take care of yourselves. Until next time. Take it easy, Jack. Thanks for popping in, bud. Hope you get some good rest later, Click.